We ought to be able to speak too. You know,
Well,
it's kind of hard to say here, right questions around.
I hear what you're saying, but let's start there first, and then we'll segue into something else later on, okay? Let's start, we need to have a benchmark, because they're gonna come here, they're gonna say what they're gonna say, and I know a lot of us are
One thing I'm
passionate
asking,
about it, and that's fine, I don't have an issue with that. My thing is, this is a meeting, and we gotta keep some type of decorum.
where they plan on quieting it down, that's all I need to know.
I don't know, I can't speak for them. I'm just saying, I asked what they're gonna talk about, I know what they're gonna talk about. I asked, if they're gonna field questions, they said they would be willing to field questions. That's a plus, so they will answer questions. So my thing is, let's just write them down first, and then if they're open to having a one-on-one, then great, we'll have a one-on-one.
You got a couple.
Do you have
You
a
got
question
staple.
you'd like to write down?
Yeah.
Tim? Okay, well, there's my husband, John. Tim Emerson, John Franklin.
There's loaded.
Plain elder, retired A&P. Retired what?
So you see what I'm
Airplane
saying?
power plant mechanic.
So when you get the
Airplane
map, you're gonna
mechanic.
have to cross-reference, okay?
John, do you have a question you want to write down?
There you
to
go.
ask? These gentlemen.
Did you see this stuff?
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
How about you that stuff?
Sam's just asking us to
Well,
write our
thank you.
questions down and then
Very nice.
ahead of time. And then he thinks maybe we might get a little aggressive. I don't know why you think that.
I think that
They are glowing.
they all stand everywhere.
I think we're all, I'm sure we will all behave ourselves.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if that's just
We'll see how it goes, let's get him a chance.
Oh, no, I,
Yeah, I know you will. I'm glad you're here.
yeah.
You always did it, Rick, but
Trouble?
Just set these here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to, and I said, here, Mike, I just went for that.
Oh, here. Okay, that's good. Oh, here.
How's your afternoon?
Yeah.
Busy.
We have no executive session.
Novel.
We do, we're gonna add it to the agenda.
Oh, for what?
Attorney-client.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
Well, and I asked Bob about it today, because I wasn't sure if the other attorney was gonna be present. And he said that he was, so.
Gave it to me, I thought it was his.
Right, he was holding on to it.
Which is funny, because I reached out to Sid,
Before the
I
meeting
never got a
starts, in about
response.
45 seconds,
Yeah.
does anybody want to, going now, if you want to speak on anything on or off the agenda, please get a card.
So you want us to
Yes.
just write down?
Yeah, no, just write what item you want to talk about.
Got about 30 seconds before we start this meeting.
And I'll give it to the chair.
And I think Bob wants to be moved to the top.
Yeah, he does, because he's got,
Yes.
personal things to deal with.
Yes, sir. You got 10 seconds. Micah, you got 10 seconds.
Okay.
9, 8,
You have,
Correct.
you have one for things not on the, or on the. Good luck with your problem.
Yes,
get it worked
Here we
out.
over time.
right in the hole.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody rise
one
for
more.
the pledge of allegiance.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this day of blessings. We ask that you be with us as we meet tonight and come to common grounds on our decisions, and just be with us and make us good neighbors and citizens. And we ask this in Jesus' glorious name. Amen. All right, start. Welcome to the November 10th, 2025 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Bourbon County. This is also Marine Corps birthday for anybody that are Marines in the group. Hoorah. So I ask that you silence your phones, take any private conversations to the lobby, keep the aisles and doorways free for safety. And again, we welcome comments. We have designated times for them, and we welcome both sides of any issue, the good and the bad. So, again, welcome to the meeting, and we'll get started. Approval of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda? Oh, no, before we do that, we'll start off. I introduce myself. I am David Bierbauer, 2nd District Commissioner and Chairman, and we'll start with
Micah Milburn Key, District 3 Commissioner.
Samuel Tran, District 1 Commissioner.
again, welcome to our meeting. Approval of agenda, any changes? Start with you, Commissioner Milburn.
Yeah, I would like to add housekeeping job opening and maintenance to new business. This needs
To
to be under
new business?
Yeah.
We'll just do it down there at the bottom.
And if we could move the AP and payroll approvals discussion just up by the consent agenda, that way we can
What was
discuss
it?
right?
AP?
Yeah, AP and payroll approvals up into the, just so we can talk about it this, right before the
Okay.
consent, yeah.
All right. 2026 benefits too? No, we'll do that. Okay, anything, Commissioner Tran?
I would like to move Bitcoin to the top of the discussion of old business.
You wanna, okay,
Because they traveled here. And then the other thing is, whatever we have that requires council to be a part of, I would like that moved
Yeah.
to the very, very top,
I don't,
to like,
okay, so.
before public comments.
Right, and so that would be what I want to add is an executive session attorney-client privilege to the agenda, and we'll do that above public comments. And then also have here, remove Dustin Hall and Kenny Allen's.
So scratch that,
Yeah.
Schwab Eaton.
Yeah.
Are we gonna bring that at a later date, or that's just?
It doesn't say here, they just wanted it removed.
We can just scratch Dustin and Kenny, and I can talk to you about what I learned from the engineering service.
Okay, so they're just not gonna present it, we'll just change it to you?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Any other changes? Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have one other thing. Because we have Bitcoin here, we have, not Bitcoin, we have Evotech and their legal counsel here. They have agreed to come talk to us at the table. They've also said that they would answer questions. So I would like to have the latitude of, trying to word this correctly. Right now, I'm asking the folks that have questions to write down those questions so that we could read those questions out. What I'm trying to do is have a civil discourse amongst both parties. And I think that if it works out the way I want it to work out, I don't see an issue with them actually asking a question themselves. Make sense?
Okay.
But I need to be flexible on it.
May I add a suggestion?
Sure.
Can we add Evotech just above public comments and then also just below public comments? So they would come to the
Well,
table,
that's
then
the
we would have
Bitcoin.
public
That's the
comment.
Bitcoin, so we
At
just
the
move
top
bu-
of old business.
So you want to move Bitcoin into public comments or below above or below
Above
public?
and below. Because you would have Evotech speak, then you would
Okay.
have your public comments, and then you'd have Evotech's,
Well, that
answer
would
if they
just
wanted
be
to.
discussion relating to items on the agenda, so we could do it after they speak. We can keep it right there at the top of old business.
Well, I also just didn't want them to have to, it's all the way down below new business.
No, we
that
moved it
Evotech
up
did.
We
to the
moved
top
it
of
up.
old business.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we moved it up above the sheriff's lease
Yeah.
for vehicles.
The Bitcoin,
Yes.
Yeah.
but you also have Evotech on here. Maybe there's some duplicates.
Do I see?
Under new business, there's Evotech.
Oh, that's
and
in
then-
new.
Yeah.
Scratch
So I'm
that
just,
then.
Yeah, so scratch, just move, just scratch Evotech and just move Bitcoin up.
okay, gotcha,
So it'd be Bitcoin Evotech, right?
okay.
All right.
So
Well,
to clarify, we move Bitcoin and Evotech to the very top of old business below public comments on items not on the agenda. Correct? Mm-hmm. Is that what you were asking?
Yep.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
good, sir.
All right, I move that we approve the agenda as corrected.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, approval of minutes. Any concerns? Have we done our editing?
Yeah, I gave those all to you 2 weeks ago, and so
Yeah.
if you guys are good with those edits. I also left a copy.
Yes, I saw.
Yeah, I
it
seen
today.
that. So, we good with that?
I'm good with the edits.
Yeah,
on
I'm
them.
good.
Okay, so I move that we approve the minutes for 9/22/25, 9/23/25, 9/26/25, 9/29/25, and 10/6/25, 10/14/25, 10/20/25, 10/22/25, and 10/27/25.
As revised, and
As
then we'll give the
revised.
clerk a copy of the revisions. I second.
As revised.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a, you second?
Yes, sir.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
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 Micah?
Okay, consent agenda, approval of 10/31/25 accounts payable that was sent for review to the commission on 10/31. And accounts payable for $161,816.71. Approval of 10/31 payroll that was sent to review on 10/29, $243,122.51. Approval of accounts payable, approval of November 7th, 2025, accounts payable that was sent for review on November 7th. Accounts payable, $88,471.66. And then we're not adding that to it, but we're putting it next, right? The
We're just
payroll.
discussing it with this.
Okay, so discussion.
Yeah, so I was able to call and double check on some of that payroll. There were a couple questions that I had on the payroll. There was an employee that was announced as part-time, and I seen that we still had holiday and some benefits and things like that, and so I called the clerk and double-checked, are we allowing benefits and holiday pay and all that for part-time? And the clerk explained that that position was still full-time. And so, just wanted to, if anybody else had questions on that, then I wanted to explain that I called and talked to the clerk about
Okay.
it. And then, there's another payroll that was going out that was a payout for some sick time and vacation time, and I double-checked that as well. I don't know exactly how our policy stands on paying those out when you go from a hourly to a salary.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just something we might review in our handbook.
So, well, are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So do we have a full-time employee or do we have a part-time employee? Which is it? I just need to know. Because I heard, if it's the individual I'm thinking about, I heard the individual resigned, became a part-time, but was still full-time, and now, I'm so confused.
It was very confusing.
Is it full-time or part-time? Because I too looked at the numbers, I'm like, if the individual's part-time, why are we paying out on sick leave?
Because it wasn't part of our policy, and that's why I'm
Right.
saying we need to.
But if the person's full-time, then it's a non-issue. So which is it?
Susan, would you like to explain the way you explained to me?
My person became part-time when she became full-time, so during that pay period that you guys are reviewing.
Who
she
became
was-
full-time? I'm sorry.
I have a new employee,
Okay.
yeah, so when she became full-time, then my other person became part-time.
But the part-time is allowed to burn sick leave?
No, she wasn't part-time at the time. You're looking at a payroll for 2 weeks ahead. So So during that 2 weeks, she was a full-time employee because she hadn't come on board yet. So we paid out her vacation. We did not pay out her sick, but she did have some sick time to use for family reasons.
As a part-timer?
No, she was full-time.
Okay. I would like to have time to take a look at all the documentation, please. I need a deep dive into this.
On what date? I mean, here we got several dates.
That would be payroll. There's only one payroll on there.
For November?
10/29. Or approve,
No, we have payroll for 10/31,
right.
and we have payroll for November 7th.
both. I can get it done by, give me a couple of days.
You don't have payroll. You only have one payroll on there.
I see here.
That's accounts payable, 11/7's accounts payable. Payroll is 10/31/25.
She did not start till Monday.
Oh, okay, I got you. Never mind. All right, so just the 10/31 payroll. You wanna- When, it's already went out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So we're just
document
She
went
was a
out.
full-time employee during that pay period.
So just for the three of us, for my education,
You're gonna look into it.
right, because I spoke, I saw that, I spoke to
All right,
Cohen about it, so let me look into it.
all right, so,
Is there a reason why you didn't speak to me about it?
Because I didn't speak to you about it, because you didn't speak to Cohen about it. You said in the last meeting that we were here that you didn't speak to Cohen about hiring employees because you're an elected official. So I didn't talk to Cohen about your employee, I talked to Cohen about the policy. And the policy was real simple, the way I understood it, is if you're a part-time employee, you're not entitled to benefits. So if you're a full-time employee moving to part-time employee, is that employee entitled to the benefits that he or she may have accrued during the time as a full-time employee? I don't know.
Absolutely. She was a
On
full-time.
on annual leave, yes ma'am, I would agree with you on annual leave, but not on sick leave.
But she was a full-time employee during this pay period that we paid, and she's entitled to those benefits.
I don't doubt that, but I want to double check, I need to verify.
Okay, so you want to verify the date that she went to a part-time employee?
Yes ma'am.
Okay.
Can you give me that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
okay, so I move, on the consent agenda, we approve the accounts payable for 10/31, $161,816.71. Approval of accounts payable for November 7th, 2025, in the amount of $88,471.66, and that we table payroll for 10/31/25, approval of $243,122.51 upon your
Review.
investigation.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's smooth.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Ms. Wilmer, if you would please speak a little bit louder, because we can't hear you.
Did you hear?
Moving on, this would be
It would be executive session.
executive session, yeah.
Is,
Are they here? I
no.
don't see Mr. Johnson or,
No, they're not here. They,
They're not here
no, they're not coming tonight.
okay. Well,
All
then,
right.
I had a
Get
note
them
for
on the phone.
Yeah,
that, so
I had a note that one of them was gonna be here.
Oh, okay. I'm getting notes.
we'll go into,
You can call them.
and yes, that's what I said. We'll go in and we'll call them, and if they are available. Nah, we're not gonna do that either. We'll scratch it.
Whose was it?
I don't know. Did, okay.
Oh, well, then you better do it.
What?
Did he say by phone?
He told me that Jacob would be here tonight, but
Oh,
I don't know.
So
I got communication that Jacob's not gonna be here tonight.
Okay.
So why don't we just,
We'll table it for now.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want it canceled.
Well, I don't want to go into executive session thinking that we're going to get somebody on the phone.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that moves us to public comments. Items not on the agenda. Let's see who we had signed up here. Everybody.
everybody.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna start from the top, and we got Carol, what is it?
Leidick.
Okay, on elections. Please come up to the podium. Thank you. Looks like that pen was running out of ink.
Sorry about that. It's Lydic. I don't have any questions. I just want to comment. I am the supervising judge for the Grace Baptist Church, and I worked the election last week. And I just wanted everybody to know that we've got a county clerk that went above and beyond last week to catch up. They caught some mistakes. They caught them in time. And I want her to be recognized for all the work that they put in last week while they were getting through this. My understanding is there were lots of extra hours spent, but the numbers that were announced were correct and valid and audited. And I just wanted to go on record commending her for the work that she and her staff put in last week. The bottom line was they found it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, next, Mr. Raines, Derek Raines. You want me to read these out? You may read out what you said, or you want to say it?
No,
Those are questions.
those are questions
Oh.
for Evil Tech.
Okay, so it was on the
I told her to put
items
it on.
not
the-
on the agenda. I'll scratch that part out, we'll ask you. Coming up. Okay, is that the same for Charlotte?
I'm on the Bitcoin.
Huh?
So
Yeah.
she's saying, she's saying.
Okay, so you want to talk after that? After our discussion on that? Or do you want to
Whenever
now?
Comments.
Huh?
Whenever you want comments, I'm,
Okay, we'll wait until we go to that subject.
okay. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And same way with Jill and John?
Correct.
Okay. It all says on items not. Okay, how about Mrs. Walker, Rachel Walker, on elections?
My name is Rachel Walker. I was privileged to work with the clerk and the deputy clerk during advanced voting and was privileged to watch the 9 voting machines that we use during elections be tested. It was very fascinating to watch. I was amazed at how long it took. They started at 9:45, pushing the machines out of the back locked room, where they were, to the commissioner's room up here, where they were set up and all of them readied the machines to test. Starting at 9 o'clock, they started the test. After the test and pushing them back to the lockup, it was 11:25. So basically 2.5 hours it took for just the test. They do this 3 different times by state statute. Logic, I asked a lot of questions during this time because we were slow doing advanced voting, and so I just asked questions. They do it the first time for logic and accuracy. The second time to test all machines for logic and accuracy. That's what I was here for. Post-election logic and accuracy. So 2.5 hours each time that happened. This is a very tedious job, as there are 8 machines, I think I said 9. The 9th machine was being used. It had already been tested. 3 are backup and can be used at any voting place possible. So the other 5 are specific to the voting polls. The 3 backup tested 467 ballots. They had to manually sit there and push them in to be tested. The other 5 tested numbers depending on the voting polls, where they were at, they fluctuated, the numbers fluctuated. So the test for everything possible, so it goes as smoothly as possible. Unfortunately, it didn't happen this time, but they caught it before it totally got out of control. There are 38 different ballot styles for this past election, due to the new districts, the new precincts, and additional 2 commissioners. This is kind of their schedule of how they went. This was supposed to be done last week, okay? But the meeting got canceled. Monday, they would deliver the voting machines to the 5 various voting places. Monday is also training for the election poll workers, which they had to diligently find. On Tuesday, the 4th, of course, are all on call for any help needed in voting sites, which they were needed in a lot of places. Voting is open from 7 to 7, and they must wait for all ballots to be returned to the courthouse. It's a long day. Wednesday, November 5th, they return to the 5 voting places to pick up all the machines to return to the locked room at the courthouse. This is only for a local election. So think of how much more work there is when a presidential year is. When at times there are 3 or 4 elections going on. They publish in the paper the ballots so people can see the ballots before voting. They get election poll workers for all voting sites, and that's not an easy job because they are not wanting to come in anymore and help. Picking up the machines on Wednesday may be the climax of the election day, but it doesn't stop, as by state statute on Thursday, a 3% audit of all precincts is done. On Friday the 7th, all advanced ballots must have been received and postmarked by the 1st, so they had to inspect each one. Monday the 10th, commissioners canvass ballots, and on Monday, this is the calendar that they have. Monday the 17th, commissioners certified election public and the public is welcome. These are just a few of the dates they have on their state calendar that they have to meet each year, or at each election. Our clerks work on elections all year, taking new registrations, changes of addresses, and candidate registrations. They have a calendar from the state they will follow for elections through October and November. This is not an easy job. It's very time consuming. I want to thank you, Susan and Amber, for their work. In closing, I challenge the commissioners to visit the clerk's office and see the calendar that they have to follow for elections prior to the elections, and see what they do. I learned a lot this past week while I worked advanced voting. I worked election day, but never had during advanced voting. I asked a lot of questions and learned a lot. Once again, thank you to Susan and Amber and all the other workers at our polls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's it on the public comments not on the agenda. So let's move on to old business, and first up, Bitcoin Evo check.
Still check. Still start. Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Howdy. Hello.
Start to introduce yourselves and
Then just go.
then, yeah. just
Okay.
tell us.
My name's Ty Patton. I'm with Triple Wolf Garrettson out of Wichita, Kansas. I've been working with the team at Evotech as they kind of help navigate some questions and concerns about their operation here.
Adam Couch. I'm one of the owners of Evolution Technology.
So, for format, do you want to go the questions submitted? How do what's
Well,
easy
first,
for you guys?
I guess let's just explain your operation. Let's let's hear what,
Sure.
what's going on and.
What's going on up there? That's a fair question, a popular question. And I know you guys have been diving into this at the commission level for a few weeks now, so I'll start kind of basic. Some of this is probably stuff you've already reviewed, but just so we're kind of all on the same page for the discussion. What is Bitcoin? It's a digital currency. It's decentralized, so it doesn't exist within a single treasury or one bank that manages it like we're used to with a currency. What it is, because it's decentralized, the way it's kind of tracked and held accountable is that it's the general ledger that tracks all of the sales and transfers and ownership of Bitcoin is managed by what they call miners. I don't love that term because it invokes some different stuff for people to know what mining is, but it's what they call them. And their job is to essentially safeguard and compile that data of who owns the Bitcoin, how much there is, what's going on with it. And when they build those data blocks, once they're complete, they're put onto the chain of blocks, which we've heard about blockchain. That's what that is. We're building this data of who owns Bitcoin. That's how we're all able to trust the system and see this accountable because it's public and everyone has access to it. In order to incentivize miners to do that work is you set up essentially the way you build that data is you solve complicated math puzzles. Sounds kind of funny, but that's true. Basically, sophisticated math puzzles, harder than, obviously you and I would do, and you're trying to solve those at a high rate and all the time. That's what the computers are doing when they're Bitcoin mining. They're solving those math puzzles to build the data blocks to track and help maintain this ledger of all the Bitcoins in all the world. If you solve those math puzzles correctly and fastest, the incentive for get people to do this, since there's no employees of Bitcoin, is that you can get Bitcoin as a reward, essentially. That's the mining process, is a computer solving a math problems all the time, trying to solve it first, and if they do, they've won essentially Bitcoin as their reward for helping maintain this chain of data that everyone can look to and trust, because that's how all of the ledger of all the Bitcoin and all the sales and all the ownership is tracked and maintained. The mining, really you're maintaining more than mining. The Evotech operation is computers running those math puzzles all the time. So again, the mining term invokes a lot of stuff that doesn't apply here because this is in some ways kind of anticlimactic if you see it. I mean, if you've been out there and done the tour, it's just computers in a shipping container running. There's no big mining operations. There's no cool screens of things like we'd see on TV. They're just computers working math problems in the dark to try to win the race, essentially, to get this Bitcoin. So what it is not, and I think that there's, especially right now, a timely topic, a timely conversation is a concern about data centers. It's not what this is. This is a small operation, again, one shipping container with computers in it running, fans keeping them cool. Unlike, say, for example, the Meta data center in Kansas City, that's 1.4 million square feet, a huge amount of electricity. Usually those are water cooled, so there's a concern about pulling water. That's not what this is, not at all. In terms of electricity, the only hookup they have out there is just residential service, basically to keep porch lights on. The actual computers and fans are running off the generator on site, which they're using natural gas to power. So not pulling anything from the grid, not impacting prices, not impacting demand. Again, very different than kind of the data center concerns where you have a huge change to all of a sudden what's necessary within a grid or service for a grid. Your peak times get thrown off. They're operating outside of that intentionally. That's the point of using their own power so as not to impact it. Water, they're not hooked up to rural water. There's not a tap. They're not on well water. They're not using water cooling. And it's not like a fracking operation or anything where there's any output that would need to be disposed of. There's no disposal wells. There's nothing like that here. This is electric fans cooling again, using the generator from the power that's produced on site. The mining, again, there's no equipment associated with this. I mean, you may see a skid steer to use to move a shipping container or a mower or something like that, but there is no industrial component to this. No chemicals used, no chemicals processed, and so the mining is just a misnomer for kind of what this is in terms of this actual facility. They're using their either Starlink or Verizon hotspots for their internet, so they're not on any local provider or fiber optic, not either pulling extra data through or impacting demand or usage there. So because again, they're separate from anything else that's out there in terms of an infrastructure. And so really the only, I mean, they're using natural gas on site. Obviously, this was an old transfer station that's pre-existing. That was the reason. This infrastructure was already there. The reason why this was an attractive site is because this is not something that required a substantial amount of construction. We're utilizing, natural gas infrastructure that we've, relied on and known in this part of the state for a long time. KCC's been out. KCC is signed off. This is all obviously still got to comply with your using natural gas and your natural gas wells and all that, following all the rules there. But KCC is aware and has signed off and has been out and made sure that everything is as it's supposed to be. It has to solve the puzzles all the time, so it does run 24 hours a day. But there is no, for lack of a better term, there's not like a peak period for this where it's busy in the afternoon hours. The generator is going to run and produce the constant amount of power all the time. The variance you'll maybe hear in terms of, and we'll talk about the ranges of the decibels, the only thing that really changes that is how hard the fans work. When it's really hot outside and computers run hotter, your fans work a little hotter. If we went out there tonight, I bet it'd be about as quiet as it can be, because obviously with the temperature getting cooler, the amount of heat or amount of it takes the fans to run to keep the heat down helps. That's it. There's no, like I said, throttle or peak periods or turning it off and on. It just runs constantly at its normal level, consuming power on site so the computers can run. I think we're teed up at one point to appear, and then we've been working with the sheriff. They've been very helpful.
We were in Bourbon County that night.
Yeah, and then with kind of the dual track, didn't know which to tackle first. So we've worked with the sheriff and his team. They've been very helpful, in part because they've coordinated to get out there at different times. We've got a bunch of different decibel readings to kind of quantify the ranges that we're dealing with. Site's running between 55 to 70, mid to upper 70s decibels. We're talking about readings. What we're talking about is at the entryway to the site. I mean, obviously, across the road or down the road or to other people's houses would be different, but we're talking about on site. If you're standing and walking into the facility, 55 to 75 is what the sheriff has found. 77 at the peak when it's running, again, very hot. Just for some context, certainly Evotech wants to be a good neighbor. It wasn't the intent to come in and make anyone mad. So one of the, you'll see out there, the noise mitigation fences, things like that, they've done to kind of try to walk it back a little bit to continue to dampen that down. So running in that 55 to mid 70s range, just for context of kind of where we're at in terms of ambient sound levels. Common conversation that we're having right here is about 60 to 65 decibels. Vacuum cleaners in 70 to 80. A little like a lawnmower tractor would be 90 decibels. Your road traffic 70 to 90. So that site now currently has already been brought down to lower than a lot of ambient or farm or agricultural or industrial use would be. Just the transfer station as it operated prior to it becoming the Bitcoin facility with the compressors running, that's in the 80 to 90 decibel range normally. So the historic use for that would be in that 80 to 90 range. Again, the variance there is temperature. When you've got to open the facility to air cool it, it's going to be louder. In the winter, you can close it up. And so, again, just for context, they're mindful of what the historic use was, what some kind of expected sounds or decibel levels would be for rural or agricultural properties, and they've already got that pushed down to the low end of that range. Meeting with the sheriff and his team last week, talked through some other stuff that might be an option out there. I think there's some more we can do. Certainly, in that spirit of being a good neighbor, we want to explore that. It's going to be a fairly significant additional infrastructure investment out there. I mean, the big noise fences and redirecting mufflers and all the stuff that takes. Those are not those are not cheap endeavors. And that's okay. We're certainly willing to do that. But this is an infrastructure investment that's going to expand the facility or make more money. It's purely just noise mitigation. And so likely somewhere in the $75,000 to $100,000 of additional investment, which certainly looking at making, but before we kept throwing money at it, we wanted to come have a conversation, address concerns. What we don't want to do is spend money on it. I think we finally solved it and have to be right back in here because we either didn't address something or, we're not sure what we were shooting for. And so, again, happy to go through and answer any questions around that. But then, obviously the goal coming out of tonight was talk through, kind of get on the same page, hopefully to get through some misconceptions or some concerns, and then, move forward in a way that we can all, hopefully the commission is comfortable that they've got questions answered and we've got a plan in place and that you guys can move on to whatever's next on the agenda.
Okay.
So
we'll start first with us, I guess, with the commissioners. You have questions?
Sure. So as you were going through talking about not using water to cool, somebody mentioned earlier that it might expel salt water. Is there any truth to that?
no, this is not a water cool facility, and there's no processing or anything out there.
Okay.
And again, those are, from what I've seen, I'll say, a lot of the questions online, I think they're good concerns, and concerns I would have too, if this facility is set up in Butler County, where I'm from. But a lot of the concerns are more of the data center concerns, which, again, that's a big deal right now. If somebody was wanting to set up a data center, the El Paso's building one that's 1,000 acres. And so that's a huge impact on your infrastructure. Are you doing water cooling? Are you pulling water out of the ground? Those are big concerns. This is not that operation. It's self-contained. And so no, there's no water cooling, no liquid pollution or chemicals, refinement or anything like that would either be in the water or is being disposed of.
Okay, this is an ignorant question and probably irrelevant, but since you started talking about...
Sure.
I'm just curious, and a lot of people probably are. What's the purpose of Bitcoins? What's its contribution? What is its purpose? What do you do?
The big attractiveness of Bitcoins in many ways is that it is decentralized. And so you're not beholden to or reliant on borders, time zones, government control, things like that. And so, especially in terms of transferring money efficiently, there's no exchange rates, there's no wiring mechanism. In a lot of ways, it's much safer because you're not relying on getting correct bank instructions, and its only purpose is it's fungible. Yeah, it's basically think of it like a commodity, like gold. The value moves up and down depending on demand and perceived demand, but essentially that's it. It's a unit for economic, a commodity essentially. Yeah, like buying gold. Kind of a diversified investment that's got some use as a ability to transfer quickly and efficiently. Not a ignorant question at all, but I think a pretty fair one.
When did you establish?
Here in 2024.
Yes. What month, please?
Oh, gosh. I'd have to get back to you on that. I can't remember exactly what month we officially established.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think it's appropriate to reduce the noise since it's constant? Do you find it appropriate to reduce it to something more
Well, I mean, I think it's in the spirit of being a good neighbor. Yeah, it's a fair request. I mean, obviously within reason. There's an economic a point of no return where no machine can ever be made to run completely silent.
Okay.
But certainly the goal is not to go out there just to spite people or make things difficult, which is why in part we're very mindful of what the expected range of stuff would be out there and what the historic uses are and
Okay.
things like that.
I have
Absolutely.
one final question for you, because you mentioned comparing it to what ag or rural
Sure.
the noise it would cause. What are you considered, because we've noticed that it's still being taxed ag out there, and I understand you're not the landowner, you're just a leasee, but what would your operation be considered? Would it be considered ag? Would it be considered commercial? Would it be considered industrial? What is this being considered?
I don't know that I'm necessarily the one that would make that decision. I don't.
If you operate them somewhere else, what are they considered?
When we operate in other areas that are zoned ag, the property tax rate is still zoned ag.
So they consider this agriculture in areas?
When it's operated in zoned areas with a conditional use permit. They don't specify, so we operate in counties that have zoning, a lot of counties that have zoning, and we operate them in agriculturally zoned areas with a conditional use permit, so that they're not changing permanently the zoning, because that is an extensive, expensive process that could have years of ramifications to it, because zoning is very, it can have a dramatic impact on land use. So we operate with conditional use permit.
What other county would that be?
We have counties in Missouri and Kansas.
Just so I can, if you don't mind, what counties?
I can get that information for you.
Okay. I'm done, thank you.
Commissioner Trent?
First, thanks for coming here.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate that. How many kilowatts are you guys producing right now?
Right now, out at that site, at max capacity, we'd be at 1 megawatt.
There's been talk about you guys expanding on that site. Do you plan on, or you projected to expand on that site?
Currently, we are not projected to expand on that site.
Okay. But,
That generator that we have that sits there is 1 megawatt, so we can't add.
where are you in capacity wise? You're 50%, 80% of the capacity of 1 megawatt?
It's set up right now at 1 megawatt.
So you are at capacity?
We're not operating at capacity, but as
Okay.
far as if you're talking about like physical expansion, there's not going to be physical expansion on that transfer site. There may be like mining machines that are moved in.
Right,
To get us,
that's what-
okay,
yeah, that's
I
what-
understand, yeah. I didn't know if you're talking about building out further or anything like that.
No, I'm just saying, I know, because the only, for me, and correct me,
Yeah,
if you're gonna add more computers and you max out one megawatt, you're gonna have to bring in a bigger one. Maybe a 12 megawatt or a 10 megawatt, whatever. But the new generator would have to come in place in order to power more computers.
if we went over a mega, yeah, if we, yes, we would have to do that. Right now, we don't have that plan.
Okay, so you.
Currently.
So goes back to my question. On the megawatt, where are you at? 50%? 30%?
Probably, we're just under a megawatt. I couldn't tell you
Okay.
specifically the number,
Alright.
but we're just under a megawatt.
Okay. Are you planning on moving to, or procuring and doing the same operation at another site?
We're always looking for opportunities, but currently we don't have anything identified.
In
And we
Bourbon
don't-
County?
Not in Bourbon County yet, no.
All right.
I mean, part of what makes that work is the infrastructure. I mean, it's not a ground up construction, because obviously that's a very different economic case. And so it's a transfer station with the infrastructure built in to already go on site. So it's a pretty
Specific.
unique, and
Yeah.
any site would already exist. I mean, and to think of it, if you think of it that way, because they're not gonna go and start a new site. It would be an existing site that would fit all the criteria, so.
Can I ask for just a point of information? You're saying you produce 1 megawatt currently, is that per hour? How does that work?
That's the total capacity at any given time is 1 megawatt.
It's right now. The
Yeah.
machine's producing 1 megawatt right
Yeah,
now.
just kind of constantly running at about 1 megawatt, and that's what's being
Okay.
pulled out of that generator and what it's, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I want to make another clarification too, is that we don't pick, we don't scout sites or counties that aren't zoned specifically. It doesn't matter to us if it's zoned or not. It's just the process that we have to go through to get the permitting and things like that. Like I said, a lot of our sites are in zoned counties. So some are in industrial areas, some are in ag areas. It's a hodgepodge, and it just depends on the county and what they decide.
Yeah.
So
So you guys said that you were talking, or you're looking at equipment that will lower the decibel range of this generator. So I'm asking, in your head, what decibels do you think is tenable? What's a good level?
That's a hard question because there's a range there. And so I think the goal would obviously be to reduce the ranges further. I don't know that sound engineering is tricky in that regard too, because it's not necessarily that you can go by the 30 decibel reduction fence and a little bit more you buy the 50 decibel reduction fence. There's some level of give and take out there as you figure out what you can do and how you can direct sound and how sound's going to reflect and all that. And so I think further reduction, having the ranges, like I said, with the sheriff and his team kind of constant checking gives some context. I hate the phrase inexact science, but it is a little bit with decibels because, like I said, it's not like there's just a dial you can turn it down to certain decibels. You've got to go keep experimenting to bring it down, which obviously, they've done significantly with the big sound fences and stuff.
Because the reason I ask that is in my readings, there are silencers for gensets that will reduce the dBs down 30, 35 decibels. So if you're sitting at 70, in theory, you could bring that down, to 40 dBs. Of course, that'd be 40 decibels at a certain feet from the unit. So
I think you could reduce it, and you could. I think you'd be hopeful that you'd start to see that within the range.
Right. So that's where my question's coming. Is like, where do you guys envision this thing being? Is like, do you want to lower it 40 dBs so that we could be at 30 decibel, 70 feet away from the genset, or is that something we're even considering?
we haven't made it that far into an exact number that we would have. We just know that the goal is less than where it's at currently and less at the neighbor's property than where it's at currently. And how far down, that's still something that we're kind of looking into as to what modification we need to make that adjustment.
That's all I have for now, but I reserve the right
Okay,
to.
I have a couple. Okay, so you were talking about the decibel levels on site. Do you guys follow OSHA standards? Or are you required to follow OSHA standards for your workers inside?
As far as hearing protection?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were hearing protection, yes. Yep.
And you were talking about, you've had the sheriff and them. My understanding is that the levels do climb, especially like at night or. Can you explain?
Yeah, not at night. Like I said, there is a range. That's where that 55 to 70. That's the loudest measurement that anyone has had, I mean, with the sheriff, we talked through this. Like I said, that was very helpful. Is that 70s, mid-70s. And it's not time of day dependent as much as it is atmosphere, temperature, things like that. So muggier evening would be louder because the fans are running louder than a cool afternoon, if that makes sense. So it's not that it ramps up at night or ramps up in the middle of the day. It's that range varies depending on how hard the fans are working, given atmospheric conditions. So, but yes, correct. There's been a range, and that's what the goal is, to bring down the top end of the range.
Cloud cover plays into that. The day that we did our site visit, it was raining. We don't throttle the generator. We don't throttle any of our generators at all. So, it's like Ty said, the hottest part of the days, the fans on the actual machines will run faster, but that's really kind of secondary to the actual generator. The generator itself does not throttle up and down. It's the atmosphere and how that sound is being heard. And some days it will sound louder than other days. It was quieter that day, but it was also cloudy and rainy.
Okay. Do you want to lead the question from the audience group?
How many cooling fans do you guys have out there currently running?
Per machine or?
No, like in totality. How many cooling units do you have out there?
There's probably, I think 8 per container.
8 per container. And how many containers you have?
2.
2. So that's 16 containers. 16 fans. And how big in diameter are those fans?
Oh, roughly 3.5 feet. But those aren't the fans that you're hearing. If you get up next to a container, you're not hearing necessarily the big fans.
Okay.
You do hear them, but you'll hear the smaller fans on the machines. Those are the ones that make the...
On the computers?
Yeah.
The little cooling fans.
The steel encased CPUs.
Right.
Is what they are, yeah. You hear them all, but what you'll hear more prevalent when you're up close to the container is the smaller cooling fans on each machine.
Okay. To your point, Chair, OSHA mandates no more than 80 dBs.
I know.
So
I didn't know, thank you.
So I have the option right now, or we have the option right now rather, to read questions from the gallery. So the gallery has asked that they be able to ask those questions, and this is on you. Are you willing to listen to their questions? Or do you want me to read them? Because if they're gonna say, it's gonna be more of a fluid conversation.
However, the easiest way to if there's stuff we didn't cover, we can cover.
Then going back to what I said earlier, I will read the question, but reserve the right to allow them to follow up. Is that fine with you, sir?
If there's clarification, I think.
I'll let you lead it.
Okay. All right, so you guys understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna read your questions, but if you have follow-up, then we'll do follow-ups. Cool?
My question, I didn't.
Fill one out?
I didn't frame mine in a question.
Okay,
So.
and you are?
She's on there,
I'm
Charlotte.
Okay, well, Charlotte, let's start with you, and let's just let you, because you don't have a question, so please borrow me and ask your question.
Okay. Yeah, just comments. So, Charlotte O'Hara, and I was.
I'm just gonna make sure, because the time's out.
Okay. Good.
There you go.
I was raised about 3 miles from this site down in Irish Valley on the Osage River. And when I heard about this up in the hills, I was really surprised that there would be an industrial use out in that area. And I had heard that there was some concerns of the neighbors. So I went down to visit. That's what you do. And my brother still lives on the home place, and then my oldest brother is deceased, and his family owns 160 acres and then some acreage down on the river bottom. And so I'm basically concerned not only about
of this specific site, but if this is going to be something that is going to be occurring on a more regional basis within Johnson County, I mean, not Johnson County, Bourbon County. There's a lot of abandoned gas wells down in that area, as everyone knows. And it's really a brilliant, it's a brilliant strategy to use those abandoned gas wells, because you have no cost on your power. But I want to make sure that there's a couple things that the owners are aware of, that EPA actually has criteria to protect public health and welfare. And that is 55 decibels during the day and 45 during the evening. I mean, there's a specific calculation, and you would have to get into those. I don't have those specifics. So, and then also, are the owners aware of amplification of sound waves? When they hit a building, they actually bounce back and they actually double in levels. So the measurements can't just be made on site. And with the rains situation is that those, I was out there, and the sound waves hits the house and comes back, and it's actually way louder at the house than at the property line. And so those measurements would have to be made at the house so that the rains right to enjoy quiet enjoyment of their property. And I'm sure these folks want to be good neighbors. I mean, that's the bottom line, is that everyone, the Rains, all they want is to be able to enjoy their property and not have 60 decibels in their house or 80 decibels on their porch. But those are going to have to be measurements that has specific really commercial grade meters to read this, and not just your phone or whatever. And then the other thing is that in Kansas, property is, on property tax, they are taxed on use, not zoning. So if you have an industrial piece of property and you are using it for ag, your property tax is on ag value. If you are on ag land and you have industrial use, then you are taxed on industrial or commercial. So those are the things that I wanted to mention. And I don't know, I had heard, and this, I don't have it verified, but I know that on those gas wells that sometimes you have to pump out salt water. I don't know if that's correct or not. And if that is, then how is that salt water disposed of, et cetera. So that's it. Thank you for allowing me to speak my piece.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Okay, a few, I think, fair points in there, but some clarification. So it is not the existence of the gas well that makes this site work, but the transfer mechanism where we're collecting. And so the operation of the well itself is a separate conversation from the operation of the former transfer station now consuming gas at this site. All of that's still obviously governed by the KCC. And so, the wells, they're all going to be checked, they're all going to be in compliance. But this specific site that we're talking about here is a former transfer station, and so it's not the infrastructure around an existing well that made it work, but the infrastructure around pipelines in, what used to be a compressor, now we're just consuming on site. And so kind of an important distinction in terms of nothing here is somehow getting around the KCC. All the wells are still treated just like they always have been, regulated, have to follow every rule they always have. The only difference is, rather than sending it on down the line for sale, it's just being consumed at the first transfer station, essentially. In terms of the noise measurement, noise, like we said, there's some inexact science to that, depending on atmospheric conditions and air pressure and all that. certainly defer to the sheriff, but they have done a fair amount of measurements at the edge of the property, to the road, on the porch of neighbors, and to get that range. And so far, everything that we have seen is, as you'd expect, the noise dissipates as you get further away. Certainly, there's sound engineering. That's part of the noise. The science behind the noise fence is to hold that in so that you have less echoing and across. But from the numbers that we have seen, but from the site visits from sheriffs, is the loudest point is at the entryway, which is the numbers I'm referencing, and then it's quieter further away. And so I think the only way to kind of go about that operation is to say, well, obviously if we get that range down and it's quieter the further you get away, rather than try to measure kind of all over the county. We're working from one point of, hey, if it's loud right here and we get it quieter, it must be quieter as it gets farther away, and that's how we're handling it. In terms of the industrial use question, that I don't know that that's ultimately a decision for us. I mean, that's a land use and taxation is its own huge body of law, and whether the consumption.
Have you met with our appraiser yet? Has he been out?
Not that I'm aware of. And to that point, I'll say, if we're supposed to be taxed at a different rate or whatever, like, we're not opposed to that. We're not, it's not, if it's a new thing and it has to be figured out on the county's end how it needs to be taxed, and there's, you guys already have existing conditions and laws and regulations or ordinances that state that, if we were a petroleum company or whatever, or a natural gas company, and we're going to be taxed differently, then we need to be taxed appropriately. If not, then no. If we are, then yes.
Yeah, and that's what you asked that earlier, and I don't know that that's up to us. I mean, ultimately, we'll follow and abide by the rules, but how, the interplay between how much energy production on ag land before it's not ag land, and how that changes if you're consuming some on site, I think is kind of above my pay grade to some degree.
Okay.
But good questions.
Okay. So I have two documents left, and they both ask the same question. How and when do you plan to quiet down?
How and when?
Yeah, do you guys plan to bring that noise level down?
Okay, so since we built the site initially, we've already taken steps above and beyond kind of what we have at other places by constructing the sound fence. It's double the height of a lot of our other sound fencing. We've fabricated the exhaust already, which you saw, to exhaust out away from the properties across the street. So we have already taken steps to reduce the noise. Moving forward, and that's taken place over the last relatively quickly. I know this has apparently been an issue for a year and a half. This is something that we've already started working on what we're going to do next. And hopefully it's our plan to kind of put this to rest. I don't have a specific answer for your question.
I'm not sure that.
I don't
know how and when. I mean, part of this is
we're not going to drag it out. We're here to say that we're going to do it.
It's also a little bit of a moving target in that we've now, I think, had enough site visits, enough people out there, enough different times to have the ranges and to provide some context. I mean, it's a very difficult to say, hey, it's loud, and that means a lot of different stuff to different people. And so getting some context about what the ranges is and then where this fits in has been helpful. And so that, I think, informs kind of the next wave of infrastructure, which will reduce it further. But, again, I think the challenge is, too, as much as we want to be good neighbors, certainly this is already quieter than its original use as a transfer station, which had no noise mitigation efforts at all because they don't have to under the KCC. And so we're already getting down to where this is quieter than its old use or kind of its original use. And we're in the range where it's quieter than, already quieter than a lawnmower, quieter than a vacuum. And we're working there. And I think that certainly that shows a high level of good faith with the extra investment in and the dialogue and trying to, find a path forward that we feel like people understand that they're being heard on this and within reason, we want to try to make it work.
Okay, so I'm curious, how do you know it's quieter than the transfer station was?
I've been to transfer stations to measure them because I wanted some.
I have not been there. I don't know why.
No, sure, that's a fair question. That was my first question. Is as I get the call cold, right? I don't have any of the lead up or anything, and I say, okay, how loud is it? How loud does it need to be? What does it used to be? What changed to create this? And that was through that conversation. So that's the first thing I tried to do, is just to, in part for myself, is to figure out kind of where we were and what kind of work we needed to do, is to go to some other transfer stations and get a range and figure out what this thing would look like. The other transfer stations are 80 to 90s. You have a few that when you can close the doors and it's cool, and you don't need to get any airflow, you can get maybe in the upper 70s, but that's what I've found. Probably you could find some that are a little louder, but.
And you can probably find some that are even
yeah.
a little
so that
quieter.
To me, it was helpful more as a guidepost of, hey, this, it existed as a transfer station at one point. That would be a likely potential future use if this were to go away, if gas prices change and things. And so that was kind of a guidepost of, we don't want to be, I think it's fair to say, you don't want to be more disruptive to neighbors than what was there previously.
Right.
And so you at least want to try to be a better neighbor than what was there previously. And that's what we've gotten, and I think we can improve upon it a little bit more.
Okay. Continue.
I was hoping, I know you guys are here talking, I was really hoping to have a date. I was hoping to have a date because that's what I believe the constituents want, was a light at the end of the tunnel of where this might be better for them. And I didn't hear that, and I'm not.
Well, yeah, I think that's fair, and that's hard because this has been incremental improvement since it's become an issue. I mean, it is better because there's been some measures taken. I don't know what a realistic fab timeline and all that is, and some of it, like I said, is to figure out where there's still the best bang for the buck. To go out there and raise fences, and then it doesn't do anything. Well, we spent 30, 45 days, we spent money, but now we haven't accomplished anything. And so nobody's happier because there's been activity, but no change.
For a start date, Commissioner?
I'm looking.
Because I know the question you're asking. I don't have that answer for you right now because we haven't got to that point. But I'm more than happy to be in contact as soon as we come up with that.
Well, let me ask you some other questions that hopefully gives me an idea of how long it take you to put up the fence? Not from the conception, from the minute you gave the, from the minute you did NTP to completion.
Quick.
Like a week?
Within a week, yeah.
Within a week?
Week 2 max, depending on labor and how many guys we can get down to do it, yeah.
Is the fence more cost prohibitive than installing a silencer?
I don't know that answer. I don't know how much silencer would cost on a generator like that.
So is the fence above or below 50K? I don't need an exact number, I just need a round number.
That's a hard question in part because it depends on, you're trying to figure out how much fence you need to get to impact.
Well, let's replicate that same fence.
I'd say material, labor, everything would be over 50K, yes.
Over 50K, but under 100?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. Because in my head.
If that's the best solution.
Right. Because in my head, I'm looking at things like baffles. The thing about baffles is you have multiple baffles, and multiple baffles baffle. Mm-hmm. So it's going through one set, it can go through a second set, and by that time, it may be low. I don't know, right?
Right.
That's, in my head, I'm just trying to figure this out.
This is, and not to diminish
Sure.
anything, this is relatively new territory for us in the
Sure.
ongoing thing, because once we set our sound fences, even in zoned counties, it's a done deal, you know, we're permitted and everything like that, so without, you know, just trying to find the best solution and making sure that that is the final solution that we have to do.
In these zone counties that you've gotten conditional use permits on, does it regulate the sound levels, the noise levels? In those conditional use?
On the conditional use permits, no, it does not. It's essentially mirrors, I believe, your state law.
Okay. There is a state law?
As far as I know, I'm assuming there is.
I haven't found it yet.
The noise laws we're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not
Nuisance.
familiar, of a state noise law. And that's part of the challenge of your conditional use. It's going to be county specific, and so they're then going to defer and rely on whatever their local ordinances are about noise, and very often for rural stuff, that's not addressed. So here we are.
Essentially, we haven't given you a goal, or I don't know if the neighbors have given you a goal, and that seems to be your worry, that if you try to assume what is reasonable and it's not good enough, then you have to do something different. Is that part of your problem?
Yeah, I mean, both that there's a goal that would be realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it would be nice if you could say 20. That's quieter than us whispering right now. I stood in the hallway just for
30 is a whisper, yeah.
So it was 45 just in the hallway listening to this meeting. I don't think you guys are being very loud this afternoon. So both a goal that's attainable and cost effective and fair, but also it's a hard thing to ask of you guys. I recognize that, because noise is inherently a little bit inexact, because some people's tolerance is different. Some people are normal different stuff. There's going to be, we can get it all the way down to where it's great, and then the atmosphere changes, and then one day it feels too loud again. And so that's the goal is, I think, from what we understand, is we want to improve more than what, we've made some improvement, we need to go further. And we'll go as far as we can within reason. And hopefully that kind of constant improvement and this dialogue, and I mean, obviously we'll walk you through and make sure that you guys are in the loop as to what we're doing, stuff in timeline, that you can feel like we're not ignoring you and not, we're taking it seriously.
Why containers and not a insulated building?
Well, one of the biggest reasons is that they're portable. They're cost effective and they're portable. So if we have to move or adjust, or sometimes we will swap out containers. If a container springs a leak, it's easier to replace containers that way as opposed to a building. It's not as permanent. Same kind of deal if something happens to the industry and we have to pull out, it's less decommissioning, less infrastructure that you have to remove. It doesn't require permanent infrastructure into the ground. Very rare do we actually add any permanent infrastructure. So that's the biggest reason.
Okay. I have nothing. Audience.
Anybody got questions? Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I know that Commissioner Train and I, we've had conversations, and I'll email you all my phone number and email address too, so that if you have anything.
Okay.
So it's a question.
Yeah, how long does it take to mine Bitcoin?
How long does it take to mine a Bitcoin, is that what you asked? It can vary, depends on how much equipment you have, how much power you put to it.
How long would it take for you guys to mine one Bitcoin?
Well, we're part of a power pool, so it still varies. So I can't give you an exact answer on that.
Like roughly a month, 2 months?
It could be roughly a month, it could be roughly 2 months, it could
Okay,
be.
with Bitcoin being worth $106,000, how come you can't put a super extreme exhaust on it, which will knock the decibels down between 65 to 40 decibels. It'll knock it down 65 to 45 decibels, or 45 to 65 decibels.
Well, I mean,
If it's worth $106,000, you can't afford to put a super extreme exhaust on.
well, first of all, I'm not. We're assuming that there's just this super extreme exhaust,
Google it.
and it's still a business, and it's still it has to be cost effective. It's quieter right now than it was.
No, it ain't.
I mean-
I've lived there. I take Western Bridges
No,
every
hey,
day.
Hang on.
we're not gonna get into a back and forth.
This is what I was talking about, Derek. I want you, Derek, hear me out. Hear me out, Derek. I want you to be able to ask questions. The going back and forth is just gonna,
Well, he's cutting me off. I'll keep it cool. I mean,
Okay.
I live there, you know, I've been there 6 years. You guys was not there, right? You guys have been there a year and a half.
That's fair.
And Mr. Wimberly goes, I want to be a good neighbor, because I know a guy that hooked up the generators. And he goes, it's gonna be super loud at your house. And I said, what for? He goes, because they're mining Bitcoin. This is how it all got started. So I got in touch with Mr. Wimberly. He says, I want to be a good neighbor. All I want to do is run that thing for a week straight, 24 hours a day, and then we'll quiet it down. Okay? Then you guys got shut down by the KCC. And anyhow, you guys packed your stuff up. I thought it was all said and done. You left the generators. Then you guys came back in June of this year. You drove through my driveway with a shipping container. I got a hold of Mr. Wimberly, and he said, oh, we got it figured out, you know. Because when you was running before, you was running on a blue generator, which was a smaller generator. Then you also had an industrial size, well, they both industrial size generators. Then you got a yellow generator, which was a lot bigger. But anyhow, shipping container comes through my yard, and I got a hold of him, Mr. Wimberly. He said, oh, we got it figured out. We're building a wall. Well, anyhow, that wall did not work. I got a hold of Mr. Wimberly. And I said, hey, man, it's louder than what it was. He goes, no, it ain't. And more or less called me a liar. I said, are you running off the blue generator or the yellow generator? Which I already knew the answer to that question. And he just more or less called me a liar and hung up on me. That's the last time I spoke with him. That's how come I came here. But anyhow, when you're saying you only got 50 decibels at the gate, roughly average, that's a lie. I got it on my phone. I take decibel readings every day from the gate, from my property line to my house. When you're hearing it in my house, there's an issue. But anyhow, I'm getting 73 decibels on my front steps. I'm getting 60-some decibels at the property line. I'm getting 83 decibels at your gate. So, you know, that 50 decibel is bull crap. But anyhow, here's another thing.
Is there
Okay,
a question
it
in
says
here
salt
somewhere?
water, right?
No
Where is the
question.
salt water that your wells are pumping? Where's it going to?
You're asking, okay, that's a fair question. I've answered it, but we'll address it again because it's obviously a concern.
Derek,
No, it's
you
the,
have to let him respond if you're
all
asking
of
a
the
question.
wells are still operating the same way they've always operated. Nothing that's happening on site is changing the harvesting of natural gas, the rules around it, KCC compliance, none of that. All of those wells are still having to follow every rule that they always have. KCC's still in charge of them. KCC's been out, as you've seen. They've checked. So all those wells are still following every rule in the state of Kansas regarding the operation of natural gas wells. I mean, that's a fair concern, but I want to be sure nothing here is some loophole where you just get to ignore KCC. The extraction of the gas, the leases, the wells themselves, those pipelines, that has unchanged since those wells were drilled, because that process is completely the same. The only difference is when it gets to this transfer station, rather than being sent down the line to be sold, it's being consumed. But all of the actual rules and process around the extraction of the natural gas is completely unchanged by this. I obviously don't know about the decibels. The numbers that I am referencing and that we're relying on is the sheriff and his deputies, which they've said, we've been out in the middle of the night, we've been on the porch, we've been at your front gate, we've done it multiple times. That's where those ranges come from. I'm not, and I want to be clear, if this came across, I've never said it's always at 55. That's the ranges we've seen from the sheriff and his deputies. They've been very helpful on this, to have a bunch of measurements at a bunch of different times with a bunch of different weather conditions. That's where we're coming up with that mid-50s to mid to upper 70s at the range at our gate. They've also taken measurements in the road, property line, porch, all that. But everything that we have been told and that we've received from the sheriff is that it dissipates, as you'd expect, the further away you get. So that's why we're working with the loudest decibel reading that we've been given, which is in the upper 70s. And we're saying if that's the loudest we're getting, we're going to work to that's the number we're trying to mitigate. And everything else obviously will mitigate accordingly.
Well, that is
So,
wrong because
hang on, Derek. So, I need a follow-up.
Sure.
What I heard you just tell me is that you're still operating the gas wells per industry standard.
Absolutely.
So industry standard meant that they pump salt water in to get the gas out. So there is salt water being used in that extraction process.
Okay. So again, I want two different things.
Sure.
Whatever process is being used for those natural gas wells is still being used.
Okay.
We haven't changed that. We haven't invented any new ways to extract gas. We haven't invented a worse or a better way. Those wells are still operating exactly like they have been. Now, here on this site, there's not any salt water or being used or disposed of because this is the consumption of the gas that's harvested in existing wells from different landowners all over the place. Those are still same leases, same royalty interest, same KCC regs. Everything is still exactly as it has been and is still in compliance there because the operation of those wells and the consumption of the gas are two different animals, if that makes sense.
So why does the pump jack say then?
I also want to say to the commission too that some of the comments that I hear publicly made do have a negative impact on our business, and we are here being honest with you
Sure.
about our operations. And I just want it to be known that comments that are made publicly, statements that are being made, can have a negative impact on the overall operation of our business, and we will protect our business when it comes to those comments.
Noted.
What's the pump jacks for?
Are there any other questions from the commission?
What was your question right there?
What was the pump jacks for? There wasn't pump jacks and all of a sudden there's pump jacks which pumping water.
I don't know how else to answer the question other than to say the extraction, nothing they're doing out there.
Anyhow, would
there's-
you want to live next to that thing? Would you like it next to your house? Would you like it having humming through the walls when it's 50-some decibels in my son's room when there's nothing on? You can hear just a vibration throughout the house. Would you like that at your house? Especially if you've been established there. I mean, we can't even go outside in our front yard, because okay, you talking about money, right? Well, we invested our money in this house. We've been there invested for
Derek,
6 years.
Derek, we're here for questions.
I know, but I'm
No, listen, man. Ask the question. You're doing a narrative, and I understand that, but they're here to answer your question.
I'm
So
working
just,
up to that.
just ask the questions,
Would you like
please.
that in your front yard? Would you like 70-some decibels on your front steps? Would you like to hear the constant humming noise through your house?
All I can, again, I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question other than to say,
Yes or no question.
we spoke a lot about the decibel levels. I understand. I get it. If your preference was 0, anything else is a hardship. Understood. But there's also what's realistic. A rain is 50. And so to say 50 is somehow a nuisance is, that's an almost impossible standard for anybody. I mean, a mower across the street would be 80.
Do you hear a mower 2 miles away from the house?
This isn't
Yeah, it runs
Derek,
24 hours a day.
it isn't a debate. you know, they're working on the decibel levels. The sheriff's is measuring it. They're within KCC standards. I've talked with KCC and they told me that this particular site, they have been there and investigated
Yeah,
and
yeah,
inspected it
'cause
and it's right. They're within the standards.
They were shut down and then.
Well,
But anyhow-
that's what the KCC, that's not, you know.
Here's my last question. Are you guys, since they're evidently not willing to, they're not giving no deadlines on it. I've been dealing with this for quite a while now. If they don't do nothing, are you guys gonna step up and do something for me?
Is that directed to the commission?
That's to the commission.
Okay.
I need to know from you guys because
Is there a
I'm missing
deadline?
ball games because of this. And I wanna know are you guys gonna step up and do something if they don't?
My answer to that has been and always will be, I will do everything within my powers, Commissioner, to protect the people of this county in accordance to the law, in accordance to the process and the procedures that's been outlined.
So a
So,
noise resolution.
If, let me finish. If and when, right now, this whole thing is in the zoning committee. Okay, zoning committee comes in and they give us a
Planning
resolution or a plan or whatever, that is definitely on the table. I'm not saying it's not on the table. I'm saying there are people, there are processes that the three of us have to go through. There's processes, and that process includes the zoning board. Because,
Okay.
and you and I have talked about this before. It's very easy for the three of us to throw a resolution on the table, vote on it, sign it, and go. The issue here is, do we have standing? Because if we do something that doesn't have standing, it's a very simple thing to have an injunctive action. And when it becomes injunctive, then it just, our fingers are tied. And I don't want that. What I want is I want to produce a product that has standing, that helps everybody, not just you, Derek, but everybody. Does that make sense?
Okay, same way with you, Mr. Beerbauer. Are you going, if they don't do something, are you willing to step up and help a citizen out in this county?
I'll answer the noise resolution question because at a later time in this meeting, because it is not specific to this situation
Yeah, it can't be just
here.
directly towards them. It has to be.
And so it
Right,
is,
true.
if we do a noise resolution, it's gonna be, you know, not just for
Yes, I understand.
this situation here. And as far as the situation, I know they've been working with the sheriff's department on that. I asked him when you said that, I don't know that we placed deadlines on these individuals. I think that's been a cooperation between them
It's been a year and a half.
and our agency, so our other county agencies. So we're gonna continue to work and hopefully resolve this so that.
That's all they had to do. They wouldn't have, I'll tell you something, you never heard a peep out of me. You could have expanded and did whatever you wanted to do, you just would have glided it down. Now, you know, it's getting brought out because all you want to do is save a little bit of money when the thing's worth it was worth $120,000 a while back. Now it's worth 106. That's all you had to do is glide it down, you know? Be a good
Okay,
neighbor.
that's it. You're not asking a question.
About
These meetings
you.
are recorded.
I'm going to be
right?
very careful to stay within our bounds as commissioners.
Yes, I know, but are you willing to?
I'm going to be very careful to stay within our bounds. The very most direct solution is through these people right here wanting to do right by their neighbor, and it sounds like they do. So I'm willing to, this is the first time I've spoke to them.
Did you have something, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry,
Okay.
he raised his hand earlier, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is John Spate, and basically, I apologize, first of all, 'cause I'm a bit hard of hearing, and this might have been handled earlier, but is there a time frame and a cost estimate on what it would take to resolve this noise problem?
Hopefully, coming out of today. I mean, I think that is,
We'll work on a timeframe.
There's some work to do to figure out what that solution is, that's impactful enough to,
I mean, do you have a time frame now or a cost estimate now?
I mean, some of the, I'll say at a very high level, and I don't want to, that some of the things that we've talked through were in the $75,000 to $100,000 range of additional investment out there in infrastructure. Now, the reason why I can't say, hey, here's the 3 invoices is because, especially when it comes to sound stuff, there's just some inherent uncertainty about what's actually going to have an impact that's significant. And so we've made some progress. There's another round, it sounds like, to go. Part of what we wanted to do was come here and have a conversation. I think it's been productive to make sure that we're on the same page, that there was an alignment that hey, this is worth you guys continuing to do. What I didn't want to do is say to my client, hey, go spend $100,000 on noise, come in here and be told, I don't care what you guys do, we want you out of the county. And so I think this has been productive, and I think we can come out of this and in short order with all the commissioners say, hey, here's some options, here's what we think it'll take to accomplish those, here's how long it'll be. But this is not correct me if I'm wrong here, this isn't a give us 6 months and we'll come back to you. This is okay, now that we've had today's conversation, give us a week or 2 to come back with the plan as to what this will look like.
So you do not have a cost estimate or a time estimate from an outside contractor?
No,
No.
So as of this point, you've done nothing?
no, that's not correct.
They've spent in excess, I mean, nearly $100,000 so far.
But no outside contractor?
And that's what they used.
I'm just saying that after a year and a half or a period of time, all your money's been spent inside your own business.
That's,
because
no.
you haven't been out to an outside contractor.
No, that's, no, wrong.
Okay, well, that's close.
And if you missed that earlier, there's already been a significant investment in sound fences and all that. That's the stuff that's already been done. I mean, there's been a significant investment that does no return. There's no expansion or return.
An internal investment, not an outside contractor.
I don't understand.
No, we do our own work.
Yeah,
Is that what you're asking?
Inside
Yes,
your own
yeah,
business.
no, we
So
don't.
really, no, just, okay. No
Well, yeah, no,
outside
there's still.
I don't
it's still an
understand the
expense.
distinction of.
I'm just trying to
You
say,
say,
have you reached out to somebody and said, I want an estimate on what it's gonna cost to put a new roof on my building, and when can you do it?
No, because
You
we
don't
do our
have,
own.
there's no,
We've done nothing to solve this particular problem
that's,
not true.
on the outside contract.
I don't, okay.
Let's not drag it on. Thank you.
There's one more, sir.
I don't,
Go ahead. Mr. Raines?
Senior.
Huh? Senior?
My name's David Raines, and you guys talk about lawnmowers making a noise, brushing your teeth makes a noise, flushing your stools makes so much decibel, but it's done when it quits. You're sitting there running 80 decibels, 75 decibels, 24 hours a day. Now, we went and fed my son's dogs the other night, and we could not have held a conversation, my wife and I, in their front yard. It was so loud. It was the loudest I've ever heard it. I live exactly 1.75 miles from them, trees between us. I could hear it at my house. So if you want to talk lawnmowers or horns on the train, you know, that's fine, because that's over with when they go by. You know, your lawnmower, you know, if I set my lawnmower up out by your bedroom window and ran it 24 hours a day, you would have a problem, you know, just like we're having a problem with your guys' noise that you're creating. You know, and I don't understand, because I've actually owned the ground for, I don't know, 30 years, never had this issue. But you moved to town, you know, it was my understanding that you had the same problem in Missouri, and, you know, you kind of left there and come here. So, you know, all we wanted is to quiet it down. We don't want to go through this. Do you think any of us want to come in here? Them guys are sick and tired of hearing it, you know, but every one of them's been out at the site, and none of them wants it in their front yard. You know, I'm sure it's making you money, and I don't begrudge you that, but if you cannot try and quiet it down a little quicker than what you are doing, your fences didn't work. Admit it, you know. Whatever you spent, you just put it on a good muffler, you know, because you actually did not accomplish a thing. And, you know, it ain't bothered me because I'm far enough away, but yeah, if I lived where Derek lives, it would bother me, and I'd be beating on your door constantly. You know, and that's all we ask. Quiet it down. Don't sit here and, you know, say you're going to do it. You know, either walk or you talk. And I believe in walking, you know, so.
Okay.
just-
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
all I
Rain.
say.
Okay, well, sure, sure. It's been quieted. We'll continue improvement.
We're done.
Are we done?
Yeah.
And we appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it, and I'll email you.
Yeah.
Here, let me give you this.
All right. Next up is sheriff. Police vehicles.
Very good.
Be safe.
Very good.
Thank you.
We'll get you
Thank you for coming.
update. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And we got some over in Woodson County, we didn't know where Woodson County was.
Hold on for a second. Can I, 5 minutes for a second?
What's that?
It won't take two seconds.
You want to do a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, do a 5-minute recess. You ever watch Star Trek? Yeah, you ever watch Star Trek? Sure. You remember the deal that Kirk beat in the Baltic?
Hospitals.
There was some ritual that generates. Yeah.
They got numbers on it. They operate in the city, and for a hospital, you can't make a lot of noise.
Kirk beat it, but I mean.
You need to find out.
Something, Big Bang Theory said it.
Mufflers for the hospital.
That comes to mind when I'm dealing with.
Around that.
Yeah. There's no. I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah. Right.
This muffler went up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, we'll see, because I'm not sure. Well, Atchison County has a noise resolution. They don't have no numbers. I kind of copied that.
You got an 8.
Well, it's all based on health and benefits. It's almost, if you look at the definition of disorderly conduct,
Well, I'm sure they
the
don't.
resolving factor is that. But it's a tough deal. Yes, sir. Huh?
Hospitals,
It's not?
they quiet.
No, it's been on for 1 hour and 44 minutes.
We've had 163 views so far. Usually we average about 230, so it's down. Monday Night Football must be a good one. Packers and Eagles.
I gotta say it again.
Huh?
Find out how the hospitals doing.
You're gonna miss out?
How much it costs.
Last time,
That all the neighbors can get together and put
and I went home and watched it.
friggin'.
And it was late when I got, yeah. Well, no, you got out here early. We get it, we put it on DVR.
We don't have
streaming deal.
No, nothing. So if you got nothing, you want a solution? You want a solution? I mean, would
That last week,
be worth it to me?
I was kind of happy about that. Well, we ended up with the, what, on Tuesday. Well, we had the work session.
I totally agree with you.
You know, when I was in the guard.
When you stand next to that wall,
You know,
I don't think it's as noisy as it is on grades and school floors, because I think it's noisy.
8 o'clock, I think, when you had your formation, you stayed overnight, then, you know, you're up at. Because everybody's crowded in wherever there's radio or whatever.
Yeah, when I was next to that thing, I felt pressure here.
Just the same numbers or new numbers?
With the 11 vehicles, with everything.
Huh?
The 11 vehicle with all the equipment.
Okay. That like this, because I got the original one, is that the, are we still in line with that or did it change?
Yeah.
Simple question. What is the noise level of those?
Oh, mercy.
Well, it already says that on the hospital, it's high attenuation, and it's really not good. My generator is
Hey, on that deal, are you guys about done with your investigation? On that deal, are you about done with your investigation? On what the original complaint was?
That's one piece. That's why.
No, that was good. I was just teasing.
Oh, boy. Where's my other book?
She said if it was by his house, he paid raise and
Okay, so we used to come up with at the, was it the church meeting?
Well, nowadays it's.
Well, yeah, I know, because we used to have this. Okay, so you're.
She gets back ready.
You should have. Is it 5 minutes yet?
Huh?
Is it 5 minutes?
Same number I got.
I didn't put it on a timer.
It's not as pretty and as level as yours, because I don't have my ruler.
Kind of estimated.
Well, are you estimating it's 5 minutes?
Where is she?
She's out there. All you gotta do is knock on the gavel and she'll come in here.
Here we go.
Unless you want me to go get her.
No. I'll break it. We'll return to session.
I told you it worked.
All right. Now we are with the sheriff. On vehicles.
All right, I handed out the cost for the 11 vehicles. First off, I'd like to thank Murphy for spending time of getting the numbers and everything, working with Enterprise. Kind of a follow-up, we're working on the 11 vehicles. We talked at length numerous times, the undersheriff, myself, a couple of other administrators, including Murphy. We can't go, actually can't go any lower than 11 vehicles. Our vehicles are pretty much shot. They're pretty much at ends, means, I guess, aged out, mileaged out, maintenanced out, mechanically out, you name it, it's there. So anyways, we're going with the 11. You have the spreadsheet that is there, which would be, one would be for the crew cab for the truck. That would be replaced, 8 Tahoes, and 2 Pacificas, which is the transport vehicles for the jail. We'll have to include those. As a reminder, there's a full maintenance program on the Silverados for the 1500 and for the Pacificas. On the Tahoe police package vehicles, there are not a full maintenance. I'm sorry, there are full maintenance, but that's $6 per vehicle per month. That's kind of the pass-through that we had talked about. We just take the vehicle, the Tahoes, to a registered mechanic that recognizes Enterprise. We pass them that expense on to them, then they negotiate the cost, and then we roll out the Enterprise will address that issue there. You're basically kind of looking at maybe $5,655 in preventive maintenance, which is like your brakes and tires on the pursuit vehicles, which is about yearly. The breakdown for the warranty itself for the Silverados, you're looking at possibly 72 to 100,000 mile powertrain warranty. The Tahoe police package, you're looking at close to 60 to 100,000 on roadside for the powertrain warranty. And Pacificas, just your standard 36 months warranty in miles. So that's where we're at. We decided to move forward with the 11 vehicles. These will be the turnkey, and I know you see the increase in the cost from previous times, but that did not include the equipment. The equipment means the lights, the console boxes that go inside the vehicle, sirens and stuff like that. That is the equipment that goes on. Can the equipment be removed from one vehicle to the next with the design or with the newer vehicles out? No, they cannot, because of the design of the vehicles itself. They cannot be transferred
In the future, though,
if they don't change the model.
They don't change the body style.
Exactly.
That's where we're at. Yeah.
And that was so great about Ford, is that your body style never really changed. It still kind of stayed the same a little bit. But for some reason, about every 4 or 5 years, they always come up with a different body style. For what reasons, I'm not going to go down that road and answer those questions, because, I mean, there's a lot of answers for that. But anyways, we're looking at, Murphy will explain the numbers, since he's the one that worked on it. Don't want to steal his thunder or anything like that.
Annually, you're looking at a $137,449. That's the annual lease cost per year. First year cost is going to be the $137,449, but we have the equipment on top of that we have to install and get the vehicle, so they're turnkey. That totals $261,854. Total first year out the door with turnkey on all 11 vehicles is going to be $399,303.
Well, 3 what?
$399,303. And what you see in between those two numbers, you're going to take the 137 and the 261. The number you see in between those two is the estimated equity they will have in an account, if you will, at the end of the term. So at the end of the 5 years, or is it a 5 year? Yeah, 5 years. once you sell those vehicles, theoretically, you could have, based on the market, what is shown right now is 231,154. When it's time to turn those in. That's the equity that we could gain out of that.
So the first, on the first 11 out of your current fleet is the 69.5 estimate, right, on equity? On what you guys are gonna turn
Yes.
into them?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Most
Fingers
of them-
crossed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Fingers crossed, yeah.
Where are they getting, where is the enterprise getting this dollar amount from?
These are posted from where they have, of course, buying volume. And so they buy the Tahoes through the fleet program, through the state.
Yeah.
It's a state contract. So that's exactly what they cost. So that's where they get those
Yeah,
costs.
but, no, that's what I'm asking, Murph, I'm saying,
Okay.
okay, so estimated equity at term is 231,150.
They're basing that off of averages of what they've sold in the past.
Are they doing it off of Kelly Blue Book, NADA, what are they doing it
That
off
I
of?
couldn't answer you. All I can tell you is based on their sales from their units, this is what they
From
have.
their history sells, that's what they come back on.
Yeah.
Well,
Some could be better than Blue Book, some could be less, depending on the vehicle, how hard it's driven, you know that.
yeah,
It could be stellar. His Durango probably look better than my Durango, just for the sheer fact, because he said.
you don't have a Durango, you have a
I know,
Ford.
he sits
Ford
at the
GM.
office a lot. But, yeah, I see that number. But yeah, I mean, those are just variables, and I'm sure that's averaged out based on what they've seen in the past and what they've had come through and work through their system.
So, like I said, that's where we came to is 11. There's the numbers there. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, since there wasn't a commission meeting, since it was canceled, there's just too many numbers being thrown around. One says one number, another one says another. And before you know it, we have about half a dozen to a dozen numbers being thrown around. It's creating confusion and everything else. So,
right now, the bottom, the expense that we need to come up with is the 261 or
$399.
399,303?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Okay.
So, but for the sake of conversation, we need to come up with 400K.
Okay. And you want to do that out of the?
Jail sales tax would be part of the operations.
Huh?
Yes, jail sales tax, part of operations of the sheriff's office and jail. And as far as I know, there hasn't been anything coming out except for a bond payment. I don't know when's the last time the bond payment has been taken out, but I've seen no other.
And then year 2 is the 137,449.
I'd have to look at the numbers to guarantee that, but yeah, because I know they're roughly.
I thought there was a breakdown at one time.
Here it is, because
Yeah.
year 2 is 113.
Yep.
Yeah, but now, remember, the number you're looking at is a different number of vehicles.
This one here has 5, 6,
That has 8,
8.
one has 7.
That's 8, yeah.
7.
And those probably didn't have the
And
equipment.
Those aren't gonna have the correct equipment numbers, so those are skewed.
Yeah, and these are, what I got here is it's
Yeah, but
it's an
year 2, you
older-
wouldn't have equipment, Murph. You already had equipment in there.
Right.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
the number of 113 would be correct, other than the fact that we're short a vehicle. That number would be pretty close, because year 2, 3, and 4 would be much less because you don't have equipment.
But you're, the top one, you're adding 3 more vehicles.
Right.
The second one, you're adding 4 more vehicles. So you're changing your 113 by $26,000 for 3 vehicles, and I don't know what the other one is off of my head.
And my question I asked a while back, and I did not get a definitive answer on it, is how many patrolmen do we have?
Well, we started, well, we can't say 8, the patrol,
No, I
because
was
you,
counting in my head. Sorry, I was counting in my head.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But we have school resource officer, you have K-9, you have the deputies or detectives, and you have the road deputies. So you're looking at, I think we have 13. We're counting here.
And then
I think there's a total of 15 patrol vehicles. Counting yours and Davidson's.
Yes.
Maybe 16 with.
And that's
Bridget.
including your detectives also? You have
Yes.
detectives too?
Yes. Detective, school resource officer.
So you want, you're asking for 11 vehicles. How many of the existing vehicles you're gonna be keeping?
Roughly, probably 3, 4.
So let's just
Out
be,
of how many? I mean, it's not 11 vehicles.
Those are just 4 patrol vehicles that we're keeping. Those are the Durangos. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Because the rest of them are either Tahoes and or Explorers.
Because all total, you're a 16 vehicle fleet, right? Somewhere in there.
Yes.
Huh? Counting the jail, everything that you guys got is around 16.
Yeah.
We got 3 jail.
So it'd be 17.
Yes. I know I missed
so
somebody.
rough order of magnitude, Murph, I don't need an exact number, rough order of magnitude, all in ballpark price for one cruiser, one Tahoe, 140, 160.
With equipment
Yes, sir,
for one?
for one.
The last one I bought with equipment in it was a 15. And that cost me over 70,000.
How much?
Over 70.
That's just for the vehicle.
No, vehicle and equipment. was
Vehicle
over-
and equipment.
Was over 70,000. That was in 2015. That's 10 years ago.
What
So-
what year was the vehicle that got wrecked this year?
Oh, the one that I crashed?
Yeah.
2014.
And how much, and it was a $65,000 replacement, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was,
But you
that's the
used
truck
the
you're driving now?
Yes,
what?
correct. The one that's
You were
parked
able to use the equipment off of the
No.
wreck?
No.
No.
So
I
65.
can see,
Trust me.
there's an example, you have a Dodge, trying to put it into
Oh, okay.
Chevy. It's not
But I mean, so it was 65 total for that outfitted on that vehicle?
Yes. Is that right? Yeah.
65,
Or just
60,
for the
66.
Yeah.
Okay.
66.
The only thing that was able to transfer out of the old Dodge into the new one was the radio
Video,
and the camera they replaced because it was FUBAR'd.
I think I've done that
Okay.
calculator
Well, yeah.
before, if you take that times.
I took the 66,000, multiplied that by 11, came out to $726,000. If we were to go out right now and buy
Yeah.
you
Yes.
all new vehicles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, no, I mean, I'm just,
I mean,
Yeah.
vehicles are one of the most expensive
Yeah.
pieces of equipment, along with the equipment that goes in
This
it.
is a good, I mean, for me,
Well,
it's one of those things that if you get into it, you know what you're getting into when you go, and you know that every year you're gonna be doing this, but, the upside is that you're not spending, out of the 16 vehicles they got, they're getting 11. If we don't do anything, and out of those 11 vehicles, they start breaking down, 5 of them, we've already lost money off of this deal.
Well, we're already losing money.
Right.
Because we've got one, I can tell you one Interceptor Explorer. It's not worth $2,500, and we're looking at a $6,000 transmission.
And we already replaced transmission in
Yeah.
a Tahoe, which was, I don't know what it's $6,000.
Yeah.
Off the list that I got, I think, from that one deputy, when you guys were talking about the maintenance and stuff on it, and I wish I could find it again, but it was like,
Our maintenance is just completely through the roof.
yeah. Well, and most of them vehicles were over 100,000 plus
all are.
miles.
And they're all over 10 years old.
Yeah. So, I mean,
When I was the sheriff.
this is what's presented before us. We have a statutory obligation to provide vehicles to the sheriff. It's just how we're gonna spend the money to do it.
When I was the sheriff in Allen County, I had mine on a rotation of 2 per year. But even at 2 per year, that's still 132,000 current cost. But
If they would've done this 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
6, 8 years
We
ago,
wouldn't be,
we're in
we
a
wouldn't be where
situation.
we're at right now.
my
So-
vehicles were never more than 4 years old.
And how many mileage?
Usually 150 we got rid of.
And that's where basically where the majority of our vehicles are at right now.
so
This
you
is
guys
a
are
can
saying
that's been
stretching a
kicked down the
vehicle
road.
These
to
don't-
10 years of use is no more affordable than stretching it to 5?
Not the way these are ran. He's actually done very well. If he's got vehicles under 200,000 miles and they're 10 years old,
And you've not saved any money by doing it, though, is what you're saying?
This way I could have, yes. For 11 vehicles on $137,000 or in that ballpark. When I operated, they were spending 132 for two. This makes very good financial.
So next year, you get 2 out of the lease program. So that brings, up until you get all of that, and then you start replacing
Yes.
lease
Yes.
vehicles.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
And that's when the equity starts building.
okay, so,
And the other good thing about with the maintenance program that we're that they keep the records of, if we see something that is starting to nickel and dime us, they're gonna step in and say, hey, we need to replace this one sooner.
And that's-
Because there's something wrong.
And that's what's nice about that, because our deputies should not be spending time to keep their maintenance records on their vehicles. We're not comp controllers, we don't do that. I mean, it's bad enough trying to get
they're
a
not
fuel.
John Taylor.
It's bad enough to get a fuel receipt to turn in at the end of the month than it is for maintenance. But they will provide all the reports necessary of what vehicles have the most cost, and that's when we look at that, make that decision, we need to get rid of it, because that equity of that vehicle's coming down. And you have the records, so when it is sold, maintenance records, the buyer's aware of what they're getting, so.
Yeah.
Anyways, like I said, I wanted to come up and let you know which direction that we're going. I know it's kind of hurts financially, but statutorily, like Chairman said, they have to provide with vehicles for me to do my duties as the sheriff of Bourbon County, to make sure that all deputies have the equipment necessary, so. I will get a hold of Enterprise tomorrow. I have them redo the contract. Do you still want to sign, since it's a financial thing, probably the chairman will need to sign that. And if not, I can sign it and we can go on. So,
I have questions if we have the money available. I would like to add together the bond payment, the amount we allocated out of that account towards the operational expenses for next year's budget, plus these payments, and see if it's even feasible yearly compared to what comes into that account each year.
well, next year, you're not gonna see a major increase in maintenance fees. That was discussed when Ben was here. You're gonna see a decrease in that. So that will help offset some of that expenses there.
So it's not gonna come out of the sales tax next year, it's gonna come out of the
No, it'll still
current-
come out of the sales tax, yes, but you're not gonna have that.
So
high
I guess
maintenance record.
my question would be, is the operational expenses that we took out of sales tax this year to assist his budget, are we gonna do that every year?
Yeah, it's historically been done every year. If you're not gonna do it, then he has to lower his budget by cutting something, or you have to raise the mill. There's your options. That's really not debatable.
And
And then we also have the inmate housing fund that we just approved, that there's gonna be money there that's gonna be
That one
used for
was-
something.
Yeah, but
What is it gonna
not
be used for?
sustainable, so.
But I'd have to agree with Commissioner Melbourne there, that'd be sustainable, because like I said, a month from now.
Well,
that
I
could be-
understand
But
that.
with the jail sales tax, we still got 10 more years left. We
Yeah.
know that's coming,
Right.
so.
So we just have to run the numbers to see if
Thought we did.
if the jail sales tax can sustain what we're using to supplement that budget, and also sustain the upfront payment, and then sustain the years after that. So, I mean, those numbers really, to be fair, they really need to be ran, and you also have to include what it was really put there for, which would be the bond payment, so. And then you do have the elevator,
The only question I
which
have,
is used for the court and everything else, that's.
the only
it's gonna
question
be-
I have with that, going down to your process of thought, in 10 years, what do you do then?
I'm sorry,
Is
what?
that-
Oh, if the sales tax don't get renewed, well,
Then you're gonna have to raise the mill levy.
or
we'll
cut
be-
a lot of
but
budgets.
we'll be,
So there are
we'll be at
options.
the end of
Definitely
this
options.
first 10 year, I mean, well, it's a 5-year deal, so.
Correct.
So if we renew it after 5, then we'll know.
And you'll have the history of what's going on
Right,
financially.
there's
as to what's
gonna be
going
some
on.
numbers. Madam Clerk, as our budget on this sales taxes, I mean, the numbers that Commissioner Milburn's asking for, is that obtainable right now? I mean,
I would have to look at the numbers, long-term for the 5-year period, and I don't have 5-year numbers, so I need that. If I could get 5-year numbers.
For me?
No,
Oh.
from the sheriff and Murphy, if you can give me 5-year numbers, so that I know what each year it's going to cost for the, lease.
And we would need to figure the bond, and we would also need to figure, what we've supplemented that budget with.
That is correct.
Okay.
And you also had some other plans, I think, for courthouse reviews, so I would need to know all of
Yes,
that.
yes. That's what I wanna make sure that there's a, okay.
Yeah, if you can provide all that, I can run some numbers for you.
I thought we did this already.
I don't think that anybody added all the numbers
Okay.
together already.
Once again, we're back to numbers. We'll be back next week again to figure out what needs to
Sorry.
be done. So this is just beating a dead dog. And it's gonna be an officer safety when one of these officers get injured because of a car that doesn't get.
Are those the final numbers? That's what's been in my head for 2 weeks. So are those the final numbers?
Can you provide it ahead of time so I can provide information to them?
We'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. That was a logical ask, wasn't it?
It's not, to me, it's not a lot to ask. Look,
Logical, not a lot. That's what I'm saying.
But we went from 11 to 8 to 7, then back to this here, and we keep changing.
Well, anybody could have asked a long-term
No,
question.
sir.
I didn't.
Don't, you guys, right now, we're moving on, so
Well,
let's move on.
we haven't tabled, the gentleman left the table. I hadn't said anything through the whole thing because I'm trying to digest what just came across my table. I went back and looked at it. You're right. There was numbers for 7, there was numbers for 8, there's numbers for 11. But none of this was set in stone until right there, right then, where it was like 11 is the number. And at 11, you're looking at 400K.
To start,
I'm not even looking to the middle of the race. If I can't get past out of the starting block with 400K, I want to give the sheriff what he needs. I have not deviated from that message from day one. 400K, Chairman. I'm looking at the numbers, it's like, okay, hey, you know, on 8 vehicles, that's why I kept asking, you got 13 LEOs, and I'm not gonna say that I'm trying to manage anybody, but with 13 LEOs, some of those are SROs. Does an SRO need a new vehicle? Does a jailhouse person need a new vehicle? I don't know. My thing is real simple. It's like I'm pretty frugal when it comes to things like this. Not everybody has new vehicles. Make sense? So I mean, do you actually need 11 vehicles, or we're going to keep 4? So if you keep 4, do we drop that down, or is that 4 on top of 13?
see, and I don't want to get into an argument with you about it, but you're trying to manage his fleet. Now, his fleet is, you know, the last numbers I've seen, most of those vehicles are 120,000 miles. So you want to hand off, let's just say that he's got 4 vehicles that belong to corrections. So we're going to, you know, theirs are probably upwards of 200,000 miles because they get the hand-me-downs, you know, from the past vehicles. So now we're going to hand them over a vehicle that's already at over 100,000 miles and say, here, you do with this. Or we get through this first year and then you start handing them vehicles that are at 100, you know, not even at 100, but at 50,000 miles because they're going to start trading them out sooner on the mileage. So I wouldn't be trying to manage how he does his fleet as much as I would be trying to figure out how much is it going to cost us each year, because this is one of those things that got kicked down the road, and this is one of those things that he's been asked to compromise on for several years, and then it puts him in this predicament now where he's got 11 vehicles that are or more that are crap, and then we got to try to figure out, and if they start all breaking down at once, then we're going to be out that money anyway. We're going to be trying to scramble to find that money. And I mean, if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty of it, and I know it'll piss you off, but 60/40, we had an opportunity to have money that would have been set aside in a fund that we wouldn't have to try to be looking for this every year. And it is contingent on whether the program stays viable or not, but right now it's viable, and we had money that we could have put in a reserve fund to help offset these costs, but we didn't do it. So, I mean, this is where we're at, and once again, he comes to the table and we delay it, we kick it down the can. We didn't have the numbers that we needed. Well, we know pretty close to what the numbers are. Pretty close. We know starting off it's 400,000. And then we know the next year it's gonna be 130-some thousand.
Thought it was 160.
Huh?
Thought it was 160 the next year.
Well, that's my point. It's like the numbers are never settled. Give me a
Well,
settled number so we can sit there and figure out what the budget's gonna be this, sir.
Yeah.
Give me a settled number so we can go back and we can go and figure, because the last time we sat here and we talked about this, we said we want the numbers to be all encompassing, to include the lease, to include the maintenance, to include everything. Because the maintenance was the part that was missing out of it. So now he brought us those numbers, and okay, that's great. Now we're supposed to go back and try to figure out how to get that money. But unfortunately, we don't have 5 years of numbers. We only got 1 year.
The start.
I understand that, but if you and I are gonna be the people, the three of us are gonna be the ones who fund this or help fund this, then we need to have a look ahead, at least 5 years.
Yeah, and I just.
And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
Yeah, I just thought it would be wise, because we know we have bond payments coming out of that account already. We know the other thing coming out of that account will be that elevator that we have to fix. We don't really have a choice, it's out of compliance every day.
Okay.
The other thing that we have to fix out of that account, not that we have to, what years and years have chosen to do is supplement that budget with whatever amount is. Does anybody have that at their fingertips?
Right here. But I'm
You know
missing
what I'm
page
talking about.
31. I don't know what happened to page 31.
So whatever we're funding
So-
from that budget, if you don't fund it from that budget next year, you're gonna add to ad valorem. And so, those are just things that we all.
Here it is, right here. Here it is. Add this, here's page 31.
You know what I'm saying?
Page
We just
31.
have
I
to
know
make
what you're
sure,
saying.
and then we have to
My
figure out.
frustration with this is this, here's the first pieces of paper that they brought into us. And it shows the 11 vehicles. It also showed when Enterprise was here, that they had talked to Road and Bridge, and we had the then, Public Works Supervisor here. He was all on board for it, was all happy and giddy and stuff about, I keep stepping on
No,
something.
I need you to.
About that, and in here was a breakdown of year 1 through year 10 on a 10-year deal. And we delayed it because we needed something. And then we wanted to break it down to less vehicles. And here's also, in that first one was all the numbers of all the vehicles that we currently have with the sheriffs and with the Public Works on what they were wanting to transfer. So we had all that. We had all that data on the first go-around. We kicked the can down the road. And then we wanted to know about 8, 7, and so we got that. And then we kicked that can down the road. And then here we are again, one more time that we're gonna kick the can. And every time those, because if you look at the numbers on these yearly deals, compare, or just the numbers on the first set of sheet for 11 vehicles and the 11 vehicles now, it changed. And why did it change? Because of time. And every time that we move this down the road, them numbers are going to change.
I don't.
Because prices go up and the window closes on vehicles, and we're gonna lose, the window on the Tahoes, because there is a time frame when you can buy at a better price.
I don't think we're gonna lose the window on the Tahoe, because I asked a question today, and it was told to me that they're holding the vehicles for us. So,
Well,
I'm just saying is that, if you look at our sheet, on agenda, and you look on the things that, and you go back, you're gonna see vehicle leases constantly on there, so.
I'm just saying, I don't wanna be sitting at the next budget session saying, oh darn, we don't have the
Time for a second,
money
okay,
that we
because
have.
remember I said at the last meeting, we have these multiple conversations at the table and sidebars? So, would you please explain?
In leases,
Okay.
you have in-car camera that does not roll off until 2027, so there's another $51,000 that has to be paid out of the jail sales tax fund.
Okay, can I, 51,000 every year? Okay.
51,467 is
Okay.
total for
Okay.
the next 2 years, for 26 and 27.
Okay,
In clear through 28, you have another 95,693 that has to be paid for some Durangos that
95,693?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And then we have the jail pods, which is part of your lease.
okay.
And then you have.
How much is that?
Well,
Or is that
total,
part of the bond?
That's part of the bond.
Okay.
It goes with the bond.
Okay.
I think we end up paying close to, let me look here.
Isn't the Tahoe not ready to roll out to the next several months?
It's just the Durango and the in-car camera. That's for 26 and 27. And then you have your bond payments. Let's see. The bad thing is the reason why you have to project it out is because your bond payments are increasing payments. So
Oh.
like for 26 it's 454, but in 2035 it's 531,000. So
Okay, oh.
it gets bigger.
Okay, so 531 for 25, and so it keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, so that's why you have to project it out for.
So like by $80,000 a year or so?
What's in the account right now?
Well, I don't have that information in front of me. That's why I did a exercise at one point in time that kind of shows you, this is like, if you were conservative, this is where you would end, and we would end with some money.
I think it's more important to know what, approximately what comes in each year and approximately what we
Yes.
plan to have going out each year. I
Yes.
think that's the most important part. Those are the numbers we have to run
And if I could
to be
get-
responsible.
If I could get what year 1, year 2, year 3, up through 5 years, I
Okay.
can run those numbers based on what we already
Okay,
have.
okay.
It goes in-
And
Go ahead.
did you pull the number that we're supplementing that budget with out of that?
I will.
Okay.
It's in that
Because-
calculation that I did.
Okay, because in the end, these payments for the vehicles plus all of this that we've already dedicated out of there has to equal what we have coming in year after year.
Yes. Yes.
For it to be feasible.
Yes. And you also need to consider if you're doing any kind of improvements to this building. So I'll need to know
The
that as
elevator
well.
has to be done.
Yeah.
Right, so there's at least
Do
a
we
hundred.
have an estimate?
No.
130, it's the last thing I heard, but he's getting more.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can have that for the next week. if
So would it
we
be,
can get
so
that
before you leave, would it be better from a budgetary standpoint? Again, we're going back to the ask. The ask is 11. That ask is not going away, okay? So in year 1, can we, and just, it's hypothetical. In year 1, can we go, I'm gonna throw 7 out there. Then in year 2, we throw another 2 or 3 on there. That'll give you 10, and in the third year, we do a 1. Is that more feasible for us budgetarily? Because 11 would be great, but 11, I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna do 11.
I actually had it in here.
Okay.
So, I have the radio communication, courthouse improvements is what I had built in there.
It's 300,000.
It's for jail operations, it's built in there, but I do not have the, public safety lease. So I don't know what these numbers, do you have those numbers from like previous?
What page would that be on?
No.
I
I'm
thought he
thinking-
was investigating.
Here's your lease jail pods, here's your series bonds. So this must have been one of the presentations that we got, whether it was 8 cars, 11 cars, whatever
Yeah.
it was. Whatever that was. So that was what was figured in, and this is where we would end. Now, that first year wasn't,
Wait, where's
Wasn't
2020,
400.
2026, we were done with we were done with 1.3 mil,
and this is conservative revenue.
right?
But in 25 or 26, I don't have 400,000 built in there, so just take another couple 100,000. Now, I think you'll be just fine. But I need to know what future years, when we're gonna add
This
cars
was AP, you
and
handed me payroll.
do things like that.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah,
You guys didn't approve
This is the
that.
one you stayed.
and he signed.
Well, then you did.
Yeah.
Thought you handed me
I will
AP.
reach out to,
Which one was that one? Or was I not supposed to, oh,
That's the one you were gonna investigate.
I didn't pay attention.
Are you gonna buy more cars?
So-
I didn't know it got handed over there.
She handed it to me. Oh, yeah, give it back.
She gave it to you because
Yeah,
you're
she
gonna
did, because,
investigate.
yeah, let me have it. I'm sorry.
So just-
My apologies.
with all due respect, what I'll do is once again, I will reach out to Ben, since he is the finance advisor for the sheriff's office. I'll reach out to him tomorrow, discuss this with him, see what the deal is. In regard to the question, listening to the question, doing 7 now, doing 3 later, can you promise me those 3 cars next year? Can you promise me 2 cars the following year? That's what has happened for so many years, that I've come up and said, hey, I need cars. Well, Sheriff, we don't have the money in your budget or in our budget to get you, let's move on down to the following year, next year, let's see how everything turns out. So that's how we got to where we're at right now. We're being told we can't do it. So the question is, can you guarantee me and promise me in writing that I will get those additional cars if we cut this down? And I can guarantee you your answer is gonna be no, because we don't know what's going on. But I need the cars now. We gotta figure out how to do it now, okay? I will get a hold of Ben tomorrow, since he is the advisor, and we'll see what we come up with. Because I can't go any further than that. We've already discussed it. You just spent $12,000 in fixing 2 cars. That's a waste of taxpayers' money on cars that are old and mileaged out. So,
Does Ben have access to the sales tax projections and how much we've allocated out of there already?
yeah, I'll talk to him, I think he does. I think your projections is what you do, isn't it? So he can come up with the same thing.
He has the same information. We've shared it back and forth.
Okay.
So they communicate all the time.
Did everybody understand my question then? Because I don't want,
Does it
Is
take
everybody-
about 23,000 to outfit equipment?
those numbers I handed you, I think it was all on there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
What they
For cars,
cost
I was
out, right, and what they cost on this lease system, what they cost yearly on the lease system. I think it's 5-year lease, right? So I put the first year and the next 4 on there, on that paper that I handed you.
And I like, we're right back to numbers, and I appreciate what you guys are doing, I really do. But I think we drug this down the road long enough tonight. Can we want to, it's tough.
Sure, yeah. You understand what I'm asking though, right? If what the sales tax project to be, that we're not overspending that. That's what we're double checking.
That's what we get.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
My question was, is it about 23,000 per car? Because you guys are buying the equipment to outfit it outside of the lease, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was.
Goes in the car, yes,
Okay.
usually about $14,000.
Okay. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We ready to move on?
Yep.
Absolutely, sir.
Can we move the 108, please? Somebody did come here for that.
The what?
108 was second.
Oh,
Oh, move it up.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that, Chair.
okay. I know we got people here waiting for benefits as well.
She's from the 6th Judicial. This will be the first time we've really had a chance to discuss this.
Okay.
This one shouldn't
I
take
didn't know
long.
we had,
We did, yeah.
okay. Come on up.
So I
So I
was-
guess since this is an amendment, would I move that we amend the agenda to allow 108 West Second transition and old business be brought up to the top?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good evening.
Hello.
It is still,
Yes.
it's not morning yet.
I'm Ruth McCall, and I'm with 6th Judicial District Community Corrections, and I'm basically just here to...
A lot of good investment, in my opinion, for us, for what we have in there and what we make. And then they still have to invest some of their money to help support that as well. So that's why I proposed looking into letting that building go and finding a place for them and finding a place for the driver's license. I still have the call out to the driver's license. I've talked back and forth with them several times, putting them in Suite 10 and the 6th Judicial and the trailer. The trailer would have to be modified for the 6th Judicial, making a waiting room that would be enclosed. They would move out into the hall. And then they could go disperse to each office after that. But we would need, there's one tiny office in there, we would need to expand that to a little bit bigger office, put a like-size office next to it, and then one more office for Angie over here on this side. So we would need essentially four doors. There's one wall in there, so we'd move that, and that door could move somewhere else. So, but essentially we'd make 4 new doors and a new partition wall, and then some new hall partition walls, and then a new partition wall for that other office. And so we talked about this months ago, and I was able to get 2 contractors to go in there and look around. I explained it exactly like I did, and they would, one of them decided they would do drywall, one was gonna do paneling, but their offers are here. If you guys wanted to go through with this move and setting up this building for the 6th Judicial, I would ask that we waive the $1,000 a month that they pay us now, but then we would be able to sell that building that they're in and not have that expense and overhead. And that would fall more in line with what the other counties do for them anyway.
So you're moving walls.
Yes.
Building walls would actually be.
Yes.
Modifying, renovating the
So what are
trailer
you
to
doing with the HVAC
accommodate.
system?
The vents are placed strategically to where it won't affect anything. It'll be fine.
There was actually one vent that would have to be moved.
When they measured those rooms equally, the vents actually fell right in line where they needed to go. But they would move it if need be.
How many people would occupy this trailer once it's all said and done?
We actually have 6 offices in our building right now, and there are 5 full-time people there, and we have an alcohol and drug counselor that comes from Pittsburgh, from Pittsburgh to help serve our clients.
So 6?
6, yes.
Where was you guys at before you were in the building over here? There at the post office?
At the post
Yeah.
office.
I remember that, yeah.
And actually, the counties by statute are supposed to help support us in each county, so.
We're not necessarily helping charging them $1,000.
So you're asking us to,
I'm asking you to modify the trailer, move them into the trailer, or approve modifying of the trailer so they can move in, and then get the driver's license in Suite 10. We would have to redo that lease at no additional charge to them. They don't pay very much for that either. I think it's around Susan, do you know, is it around $140 a month? It's very low.
For the driver's license?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's really just about nothing. And so holding on to that building and utilizing it the way we are is not doing us any favors.
so on the bids, are they, I'm surmising they're sealed?
Yes, and I'll be abstaining if you do decide to choose a bid.
I would think that the bid would have to be published.
Well,
so
if
that
you'll
other-
remember,
Huh?
2 or 3 months ago, we decided to just ask contractors to come forward to look through the building, and I walked them through there and told them what we were looking at doing. It's very low. It's a very low
They can't be accepted as
change.
bids.
Or we can just let David hire whoever to do the modification. I mean, it's a very small,
No, I get it, even the smallest projects, did they provide you with as-built?
as what?
As-built blueprints, plans, drawings?
No.
No.
No, I did not give them plans. I walked them through the trailer. And this is what we talked about 2 or so months ago, if you'll remember.
No, I don't doubt that,
Mhm.
Commissioner Milburn. What I'm trying to ascertain right now is whatever money that the county spends on improving this facility, we need to do it in such a manner where there's not a cost overrun or the work that we want is not completed in the way we think it should be completed. And that's the thing. It's like if you're going to ask somebody to mod something, you need to at least have some type of drawing. That way, well, that's not what you said. You said put the wall here. Well, how are you gonna enforce that in a contract? Make sense? That's all I'm saying.
If you want me to create a drawing and take that back, we can do so.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
But wait,
That's not what I'm saying. I'm thinking maybe the contractor should have done something like that for you.
Oh.
How soon would you want this done? The voice on my
You
shoulder
know,
says
this has
yes.
been
My
going for a
question to
very long
you
time,
is-
so.
My question would be to you, where you're at right now, is it like unsafe, I mean, you
No.
guys, and you guys are functioning in there, right?
Correct.
Okay, it's just the money that you're having to pay us for that when we shouldn't be, we should be providing it.
I don't believe we asked to move. I
They
think
did not.
we were asked if we would move.
Yeah. Yeah, that, on this deal, I understand
Okay.
that. I'm just saying is that if we don't wanna, if we kinda wanna slow it down a little bit
Right.
and see before we jump into, because it's still gonna have to go through time of renovation and that. And, you know, I guess I misunderstood what you meant by taking somebody in there and getting cost. I mean, I was just kind of looking at, was it even feasible to be, that was what I thought we were looking at, was it even gonna be feasible to be converted into what what they needed? I didn't know it was actual bids for work, so.
Angie and
Ruth McCall.
Angie and Ruth walked through that with me and told me what they needed it to be.
Right now,
Before a
Well,
lot of
that's
those
what I thought this
conversations.
whole
That had already
process
been
was.
done.
That way, then we knew what we could put out for bid. I mean, and that was my thought process.
If you want to change that, it would not be that difficult.
I just think, I think for services, you know, like what we did with payroll and HR, that is, we were within acceptable deals, but I think when we're doing actual building projects, then I think we need to put it out for bid for the community. You know, and set the stand, you know, put it out for bid, set it, just like we would, just like the city does for the city hall and all that. It's not,
It's
you know.
such a small job, though, it would not be productive to pay
there's-
somebody to write up a
I'm still
plan.
gonna have to have insurance and all the stuff that goes along with being a contractor. It doesn't matter on the level of the job. So, I mean, your thoughts, I mean, well, we'll get to the,
Well, everything both of you say is, I see your points. The handbook doesn't stipulate on how you're supposed to procure.
Yes, it does. The statute does.
Well-
I was trying to tell you.
Again, when I looked it up, I'll go back and look it up again, but when I first started this job, I was questioning, it's like, how, because in my world, it's very straight, how you procure. You know, it's open, there is no sealed. We talk to 4 or 5 contractors at once, we have an SOW, we have, anyways. Here, it doesn't seem to be that way, that's why I was questioning things. So, again,
We can do it
I
however you
don't
want.
have my policy manual here.
yeah,
But
KSA.
what's the statute? Yeah.
KSA 19214, awarding of certain contracts, public lettings, bond exemptions, except as provided in subsection B. An amendment thereto, all contracts for the expenditure of county monies for the construction of any courthouse, jail, or other county building, or the construction of any bridge, highway, blah, 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 shall be awarded on a public letting to the lowest and best bid.
a sealed bid, right?
What was the statute again?
19214.
Okay.
It does not apply for professional services, as you talked about, and amendments to the purchase of contracts of insurance, repair of any, now if it's a repair, it doesn't apply to that, but this would be a remodel, so
But it could be construed, you could write in such a manner where it is a repair.
it could be, yes. So, but that's the statute you need to read before you make any.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Wait, KSA 12214?
Yes.
I thought you said 19.
19
Okay.
14.
19-214.
And it's been a long time, but I feel like
Yeah,
we
it's
talked to
been-
Bob about this too, so.
Yeah, it's been a while. So
Before we went to
for
the
now,
trouble.
ma'am, you are good in your current,
Yes, yes, we are functioning fine where we're at currently.
okay. On the matter of the $1,000, did you want to pursue that, or what do you want to table that? The rent,
Right, if we can get them moved, I'd like to, eliminate the cost to them.
okay, so that's in contingent. with
So,
the-
I mean, what's wrong with doing it now?
Well, that building's a huge expense and overhead, and if we do
Well-
it now and we don't get to get rid of the
We're
building,
still gonna pay utilities and stuff. Do you guys pay your own utilities?
no.
No. So, I mean, when we move them over there, if we waive it, we're gonna pay the cost no different than, I mean, it's probably higher over there, but it's still the same cost, the same concept. We're waiving $1,000 because it's still gonna cost for that building over there, that trailer, to heat it, to cool it,
I think they
to-
keep it on right now, it's heated and cooled
Okay.
consistently anyhow.
But I mean, there's no difference in us paying the cost then or now, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So point of information.
Mhm.
You do have to do a public letting if it's in excess of $25,000.
It's a small job.
Okay. Just,
Well, if you wanted, I mean, you guys make motions when these things come up. I'm not the only one that does motions. If you.
But you do it so
and it's
well.
within the statute, then do it. What's that?
you do it so well.
Make
You
a
gotta
decision,
laugh a
make a
little bit in this
decision
job, I'm
and go
sorry.
with it. 'Cause rather than kick it down the road, I mean, that's my frustration tonight is, we just talk and talk and talk and then we don't do nothing, so do something. Make a motion
For what? What do you,
to do these bids, it's within the law.
is that what you guys want to do?
I'm not gonna tell you what my answer is gonna be, I'm saying.
If you're not gonna choose one, I'm not gonna expose what they.
Well, if it's 2-1, then you guys,
I told you, I'm abstaining, I'm not going to vote.
Why would you abstain?
I'm just
Do
going
you know
to.
do you know what those prices are?
I do, and I also personally work with relatives here and have hired here. I'm not
is it
going to
within the
vote.
statute?
I'll read you the statute, that way we all have it and it's on record. Except as provided in subsection blah, blah, blah. The amendment thereto, all contracts for the expenditure of county money for the construction of any courthouse, jail, or other county buildings, or the construction of any bridge, highway, roads, dam, turnpikes, or related structures, or standalone parking lots in excess of $25,000 shall be awarded on a public letting to the lowest and best bid. The person or firm or corporation to whom the contract may be awarded shall give and file with the Board of County Commissioners a good and sufficient surety bond by a surety company authorized to do business in the state of Kansas to be approved by the county attorney or counselor in the amount of the contract conditioned for the faithful performance of the contract. It's a lot easier than on the Fed side. So,
Okay, well, yeah.
If
What I'm
it's-
saying is that if we open those bids, because it's gonna be, she's abstaining, so if we approve this, do you wanna do that, or do you wanna publish this out for
I
bid?
think there's another option. David is in charge of all courthouse maintenance and functions. We could just let David hire it and just say anything under 15,000 David can hire to get this job done. You can do it that way.
You making that as a motion?
I'm just having a discussion still. I want to know what you guys prefer.
I look at it this way. This is, I'm gonna say it as succinctly as possible. You are the liaison.
Okay.
I have to trust that you're going to do what's best for the county.
Okay.
You are the liaison. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Then I'll turn it over to David. If you guys choose to go forward with the project, you just tell me if you're going to choose to go forward with the project and let David hire it done. just like Public Works would on something that they had going on. It would be no different.
In the in the write-up on the conditions of our liaison, we had a limit on what we could approve
Right.
individually, and this exceeds that. So if you make a motion to have David do it, then let's go.
You won't do that way? Okay.
Well,
So
make
are
the-
you guys in support of the project?
I am in support of,
Okay.
I mean, I want I
building
don't,
gone.
that building is a money pit. I
Okay.
want as many,
Okay.
I want them out of there.
Okay, then I would move that we allow David to hire for the job as described on the trailer for the 6th Judicial.
At,
Discussion.
at a cost of no,
At a cost of no more than 15,000.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yeah.
So to piggyback on what I said, I will always question you when I think that things are not being done per standards.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep.
Not as a means of belittling or besmirching or
Mhm.
talking down to you or dressing you down.
Mhm.
It's only to make sure that we are always doing the right thing.
Mhm.
Copy?
Yep.
Okay. So you seconded, right? Chair?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There you go. What's
right.
that show?
So does that have anything to do with the rent at this
Okay.
point? Because I need to know.
Yeah, the secondary motion. I move that when the 6th Judicial move into this trailer, we eliminate their $1,000 a month rent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion.
So statutorily, we have to help you.
That,
How would
yes.
that help you?
How would that help us?
Would that help you?
It would help us a lot, yes.
I'm good, sir.
We work on a very tight budget. The only thing I would ask is when it is done, like the walls that are being put up need to be where they're privacy. Because one of the walls will be the director's office, Angie Eads. And so we wouldn't want our clients.
So you need sound attenuation.
Some
Which
insulation
means-
in the walls.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Really inexpensive, okay.
And it needs to go to the hard deck.
What?
So it needs to go from the floor to the ceiling. It needs
Oh,
to go to the
yeah,
hard deck.
yeah. Okay.
And we really appreciate the discontinuing of the rent. We work on a very tight budget.
Yes.
I'm glad, because my conscience is over there looking at me, and I'm just like, oh, man, she's.
Well, thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
and thank you for walking through
Yeah,
and telling us what
we
you
had a
needed with the
motion.
Yeah,
trailer.
we had,
Discussion.
ma'am, we had a
Oh, okay.
motion. We're not done.
Oh, I
Yeah,
got you.
second.
Okay.
So we done with discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You seconded?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you for the support. I appreciate
You're
it.
most
Thank you.
welcome.
All right, now 2026 benefits. I see we have a deal here that says insurance in red. Is this the minutes part of it from last? Is that, or is that something?
Oh, that's my discussion for insurance. You can go first.
No, you go ahead.
Got
We already
notes.
know.
Okay.
We already know what I'm.
Did you second the one on the remodel for the trailer?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Beerbar did?
yes. Talking about payroll.
Okay. So,
No, we're
give
talking
those to
About
David.
payroll.
Talking about insurance now.
He's asking about something that's on
We're gonna go home.
there. Okay. Be safe.
Is it late?
Yeah, it's
You
like.
guys are leaving
8:15.
early.
Way past my bedtime.
Hey, we already missed our screen.
Yeah, we missed our ice cream.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
All right, ma'am, what do you want to talk about?
On the insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So at our commission meeting on 10/27, the commissioners decided to do a defined contribution towards the health insurance and align the contribution to what it was last year. I reached out to Northwestern Mutual and gave them that information so they could build spreadsheets for the county, and they did that. Using numbers provided from our insurance broker, following you'll find our current contributions, which would be defined for 2026 at this rate. Currently, we have 5 employees that utilize family coverage, at which the county contributes $2,051 each month, currently totaling $24,612 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $123,060. We have 19 employees that utilize employee plus child coverage, at which the county contributes $1,612 each month currently towards this, totaling $19,333 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $367,536 per year. We have 6 employees that utilize employee plus spouse coverage, at which the county contributes $1,502 each month, currently towards this, totaling $18,024 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $108,144. We have 69 employees that utilize employee-only coverage, at which the county contributes $902 each month, currently towards this, totaling $10,824 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $746,856. The overall grand total with all plans currently, with current enrollment numbers, are $1,345,596. At the work session 11.3, there was discussion of changing the platform to a 90-10 and 80-20, using the new cost of plan as a baseline. Those numbers are as follows. Currently, we have 5 employees that utilize family coverage, at which the county would contribute $2,678 each month, currently towards this, totaling $32,136 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $160,680. We have 19 employees that utilize the employee plus child coverage, at which the county would contribute $1,708 each month, currently towards this, totaling $20,496 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $389,424 per year. We have 6 employees that utilize employee plus spouse coverage, at which the county contributes $1,813 each month, currently towards this, totaling $21,764 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $130,584. We have 69 employees that utilize employee-only coverage, at which the county would contribute $949 each month towards this, totaling $11,388 per employee per year, creating a grand total of $785,772. The overall grand total with all plans currently, with current enrollment numbers, would equal $1,466,460. The proposal from 11.3 creates a difference of $120,864 to the negative of what was decided on 10/27. After further discussion with our broker, he has repeatedly emphasized that the Bourbon County's contribution using the 2025 numbers remains generous when compared to similar organizations. I also obtained information on FSCC, USD 234, and City of Fort Scott contributions and plans, and I've attached them. The comparison shows the county contributes substantially larger amount and offers a more generous plan structure overall. Our broker also noted that in many organizations, employees contribute approximately 95% towards employee-only coverage and receive no employer contribution for dependent plans. And I'm not recommending this approach. I just believe it's useful for comparison purposes. Based on these findings and our prior discussion on October 27th meeting, I recommend that we do not exceed last year's contribution levels. It's important to remember that our budget considerations for employee benefits extends beyond health insurance and also includes dental, vision, and retirement programs, all of which contribute significantly to the overall cost and value of our benefits package. So for context, it was explained to me again that several commissions prior to the current one had long discussions and ultimately chose to move away from the state plan. The primary reason was the state's requirement for employer contributions towards plans that were selected by the state, which limited the county's flexibility, especially on the employee plus plans. Previous commissions recognized the importance of maintaining local control over the benefits and contribution levels. So after reviewing our broker's recommendations, I'd like to propose that we offer the following plans. Plan A with $1,000 deductible. Plan A2 with the $2,500 deductible. Plan A1 the 3,500 deductible, and then the Plan B3, the 6,350.
Can you say those again?
The 1,000, A2, the 2,500, A1, the 3,500, B3, the 6,350. And I further recommend we maintain the defined contribution at the same level as last year's Plan A contribution, not to exceed the cost of the selected plan. Any remaining funds could be directed towards salary resolutions or employer HSA contributions. My preference would be salary resolutions, as compensation remains the most common concern among employees. So if you look on, I think it would be page 4. So that is the cities. The city,
So when you're saying 5,000 plan, 2,500 plan, 50, that's the deductible?
Yes.
are you looking at the cities?
Yeah.
Yep. That's not the deductible. That's what the city's paying and the employee's paying. And so the 1,500 plan, the city don't even offer the 1,000 plan. The employee only, they pay 202 and the city pays 522. The 1,500 plan, the employee plus spouse pays 802 and the employer pays 489. That's what they'll pay. The employee child, the employer will pay $496. In the family plan, the employer, the city, will pay $327.
So why do we pay 902 when they pay 629?
Well, what?
When the,
You're looking at the 5,000 plan.
I'm looking at all of them. I mean, they pay, I mean, they pay zero on the employee cost on the 5,000 plan.
That's right. That's the plan the city chose to go with, is
So
the
it's
5,000.
629.26.
That's what the city pays.
Right,
And
and we
on-
pay 902.
Well, let me see what our
Same
plan-
broker.
Well, that our rating, our health rating would contribute to that. But for our plan, that would be comparable to that, we would pay $836. So they pay $629, we'd pay $836. And the employee would pay nothing. But that would be towards the HSA, and that's the one they chose to contribute the most generously towards.
Okay.
So I did what everybody asked. I pulled comparisons from like entities.
And you just made this as a motion?
No, sir, I'm just
Okay.
presenting it to you.
Okay. And I did what I did, I'm gonna send you guys the spreadsheets, like I said I would, breaking it down. And then I also presented, or provided a copy tonight where it just shows where I had done the 80-20 and an 83-17 breakdown. And then I also did two alternate ones, which shows us paying an 80-20 on everybody but the employee, and paying the full amount on those plans, like the 1,055.33. All these puts us within budget. All these plans put us in the budget that we have of 144,157. It just depends on, and all of them has a surplus after. So it just depends on what you want to be, what you want to see as a surplus, or what we want to do to help the employees. And there's a couple of notes that I made while you were talking. We did talk about defined contribution, but then I heard back from employees saying that's, the defined contribution without an increase in pay creates a hardship for them, especially employee plus spouse, when it's going up from where they're paying like $400 a month to paying almost $1,000 or more a month in any one of these plans. And so the initial plan that we were presented, we changed because employees wanted to go back to the Plan A and B with the lower deductible. So that's where this 1,055, because, you know, we had originally it was $1,000 a year deductible, if I'm not mistaken. I had to go back and find that, where's my book? Here we go, yeah. So it was $1,000 deductible, and it went from 902 to 1055.33, and so instead of paying the full 902, or we were, you know, with the defined contribution, all of them people are paying more money, and I just, this is what I'm offering is instead of trying to hit and reduce the cost to the county all in year one, let's at least, you know, because it went up. Maybe next year it won't go up because maybe we won't have as many claims. But this here, we're still within the budget, no matter what, on these plans. And I think the best option that we have is the alternative one on that Plan A and Plan B. It provides actually less than what on the employee side than what they were paying last year. It stays within budget.
Where did you get our budget?
Well, the budget was in the book. It says right there with health insurance on employee benefits, $144,157.
Did you figure in the vision and the dental and all the other?
That is not included in that. Well, I mean, but do we pay, how much do we pay out of that?
Quite a bit, significantly to the dental. So you'd have to look at all those.
Because I didn't see that on any of the plans,
I know, because they didn't provide it.
that where vision and all that was,
I think
on
I
none
handed
of
it
the
out
plans.
last time to Terry.
It was an email. This is one of the questions I asked last week.
Right,
She
but
was-
but none of the quotes that we had on any of the numbers that I got.
Well, they're not. It's totally different. And the vision stayed the same as last year and the dental changed, and Terry has that.
We don't pay a
But
lot to vision.
what I'm saying is that none of the numbers showed that. You said this doesn't show the increase or the cost of vision and the other little things that
Well,
we
our
pay.
budget would though. Our budget would include those things.
I have some questions. Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead.
And I don't have any of them. Is that from Trent?
No, oh, this is her, this is
Okay.
one Micah.
Okay. My only questions is, it's really hard to compare us to like the school district because they have a lot bigger employee pool.
The city is the main comparison I
Yeah.
used.
Is
That'll
the
be,
city using Greenbush any longer? Or
no,
on
they're
their
using
own?
Dawn.
They're using Dawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and how many employees do they have? Do we know?
They're a very they have the greatest likeness to us, and that's on, Susan,
Okay.
that'd be on page
This page?
4.
Yeah, and we used to, years ago, we had you basically had an employee contribution and just a family. It was one or the other, but it looks like they've made some changes. My question to Dawn would be, they know what they need to make ends meet. And so you can go and change your premiums however you want within the structure. But when Don gave his comparison, he is using Plan A, but using the numbers, the 69, whatever, the 69.9.
That's in there. It's in
Yeah.
there. It's a whole packet.
Can I have? do you
It's
have-
the back page, Susan. It's the very back page.
Okay, so if you notice, he uses 69, 6, 19, and 5 for all of his comparisons. But that's not truly a correct reflection of how we really pay things currently, because that's taking our total population And we have some people that are not on Plan A that are actually costing us less money because they're on Plan B. And so until you kind of take those numbers into consideration, you don't have a true actual cost of what this is.
Well, I
not-
know we don't.
I figured the greater
Yeah,
cost. I
know
figured what would be greater.
Yeah, I know we don't, because we don't know who's in what plan.
Right, right.
But what we're asking here is if we decide to go, instead of going, what was the number here? It was, one.
And this isn't saving, this proposal is not saving the county money, it's just not increasing.
Yeah, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plans, you know, and we have 99 employees that are actively doing insurance, but we don't know which of those 6 plans they're gonna be, that they're gonna wanna choose.
They don't.
But if we narrow it down to 1 or 2 that they were all on last year, we kinda get a better snapshot of where they're at. Because I don't see somebody that was an employee spouse last year jumping to employee unless we keep this on this current deal where the employee's gonna pay, what was it? $764 compared to $436 last year for, you know, having their spouse on there. They may jump and say, oh, you know, honey, you're gonna have to go find something, I'm on my own, you know, I'm gonna get the single plan where they're at least paying for it.
We're given an option though, it's just it's a different deductible,
Wait a
but it's
minute.
still a viable option for.
One of
for
the other
people.
6 or one of
And
the
you,
other 5?
they don't have to pay any more, they don't have to pay any more.
You have.
It's just
Hang on.
given options.
Hang on, Madam Clerk, Terry.
The problem being, is your guys' turn, kicking the can down the road. We are so far down the road now and so late in the game. Most everybody has already done open enrollment.
Right.
So our employees are stuck, pretty much.
Kind of.
They're not gonna be able to say, hey, okay, you know, like I used an example.
Wouldn't it qualify as a life change if we change things?
You've got an employee working for the county,
Okay.
employee working for the city. City's already done an open enrollment. So a county person can say, hey, you're gonna have to put the kids on your plan because it's cheaper, because they've already had an open enrollment.
But, so to add to that, they actually can, if it shows a burden, that's a qualifying event. So if there's a cost burden, they can add them on as a qualifying life event. So they can do that. But you have 71 people that are taking the Plan A. Okay, that's more than what he has here. And 25. People don't tend to change much. They just kind of keep the same plans that they have.
That's what I said, yeah.
But you do have 97 people that take the dental insurance, and we have,
So on the plan
95 taking
that we were
vision.
proposed earlier, not counting the ones that I went through and so we'll just look at that. Let me get over here to it. It was, so the annual employer contribution to the current Blue Cross Blue Shield, the newer one that had a $3,500 deductible, the CMZLA. It's on the back, I'm just looking at, that was the
Yeah.
first 4 plans before we went back to the A and B.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there it says annual contribution for employer, $1,346,052.96. Is that including all the dental and vision and all that?
No.
So
it does not.
we have out of that, we have, well, I didn't figure out what the surplus. But the surplus is off of the employer part of it, you know. We're not gonna have that much. We got 144 in there. If it's 136, we got 100,000 to pay for dental and vision and stuff like that.
Yeah, so if you kind of look across, we pay for just an employee, we pay $32.
So none of that was factored into any of that 1,400,000 and,
Well, what was factored in the budget,
right.
I brought, during budget season, the annual cost was 1.3 million, and I said for a 17% increase, we needed another 228, which would be at the $1.5 million mark.
And we got 144.
Yes. So,
My proposal was 1,345,596.
Doesn't cover the cost on any of these.
It does cover the cost on the
On the one.
the one comparable to
The
the
one-
city of Fort Scott that they're offering. It makes us very comparable.
Which plan is that? Out of the 6, which one is that?
B3 was the broker's recommendation. There's another one on there that would be
I'm not seeing
B1 and
that.
B2.
I'm not seeing the
It's the very last
B3.
page
I'm
of the,
sorry.
it's the thing I gave you. It's the very last page.
So this is a new
No,
proposal?
no,
to-
no, I just made it very organized for you.
I'm trying to look at it compared to what we've already been presented.
And you would
Present, you said plan what?
B3, and you would still offer Alt A1, Alt A2, and
But you're
A and
hoping
B.
that you're gonna get the majority of your people into that, FS, or
there's no-
HSA.
there's no hoping. It's a choice. It's a choice. This is the one that keeps you contributing what you contribute now, or if you still want the other ones, there's just a cost difference. It doesn't, you're not hoping anything. You're hoping to give choices that are feasible, is the hope.
Can I ask a question? I've been pretty quiet up to this point, and you too.
Yes, sir.
And can I ask it without being interrupted?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So I just need straight answers from the individuals I asked. What's your biggest beef with his plan? What is your biggest beef with David's plan?
The cost, the additional $120,000, and then the additional cost,
Which came from where?
which came from, I don't know where it came, it's just, that's how the numbers worked out from the proposal. There's an additional cost.
I believe a whole
Ran the
stack of
numbers.
them. They must have.
I know you ran
Here
the
you go.
numbers, but
Here you go.
is it because his numbers is based upon a percentile and versus a hard stop number?
I like two things of the proposal that I gave you. There's a hard stop number, and there's a cost that does not exceed that of,
The budget.
that's right. That
Okay.
leaves us room
So
to,
two things that are stopping right now is the fact that what we pay for the employee is based upon a percentile and not a set dollar amount, correct? Am I saying that correctly?
no, the main thing is the increased cost.
Yeah, but it's increased because of the percentile.
No, because he could do a percentile and reach the cost that I'm
If you look at my push,
proposing.
if you look at my.
David, sorry, it's my time, with all due respect. Go ahead.
He could do a percentile and reach the same numbers, the 1,345,000, and it wouldn't be a deal. But then you would use those percentiles next year and it might be a deal again. So it's a multi-layered.
Okay.
It's the cost, number one. And then it would be very nice if there wasn't a percentile, but if there has to be a percentile, at least stay within that
The original.
1,345,000.
Right. Stay within
Yes.
2025.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now, on yours, what's your beef with her plan?
We're burdening the employees all in one year. I mean, we have one employee, I mean, if you take any one of the plans and look at, employee plus spouse costs, and they're all significantly higher than what they paid last year. And we didn't raise wages or anything else to compensate for it. So we're telling them that their choices are, if you want the lesser plan, you're still gonna have to take this huge deductible that you'll never meet because you don't have the money to pay for it. So you're just gonna stop going to the doctor because you can't afford to go to the doctor because your deductible's so damn high.
Okay. So with your plan, or if we go with your plan, is it still under budget?
Well, I used the same numbers they got, so, you know, like here on all these plans, it's showing a surplus, off of the 2026 budget of about $90,000.
I don't have
Or
that.
about $98,000.
I don't have that document. you
There
have.
it is.
Oh, thank you.
I emailed them to you guys.
Well, I'm
So,
looking here.
But no, and mine, you know, like on the 80/20 for the Plan A, it only has a surplus on the employer side of 64,000. So whatever vision and dental is gonna cost us, apparently it's gonna be right around $98,000. So if
So
you
there
look
is
at-
no savings?
Huh?
So there is no savings?
There's no savings anywhere. Apparently what I thought was savings in each one of these plans is money that needs to go towards dental and vision, which I'm hoping that 98,000 is enough.
What was it last year?
I can run it on vision real quick.
Because if any one of them plans, I mean, if you look at the Plan A that they offered, where you get the $1,000 deductible and you keep it at the employee side of it 902, or the employer side of it 902, I mean, it's 98,000 is what the surplus is. Where mine, if you go 80/20, it was 64,000. So, I mean, it just depends on what you're.
So.
I mean, for me, it's about not slamming the employee all in year one without giving them any increase in salaries. And I had heard that from Don Doherty, right sitting at the table saying, you know, if you're gonna raise their cost, you need to raise their wages.
Right.
To offset those costs.
And Don's not the only one that said that too.
Yeah,
because Greg
I mean, he's
Martin
not
said
the only
something.
one that said that.
So, let me finish my line of questioning. With your plan, Commissioner Milburn, the savings, did you factor in vision and dental?
I factored in exactly what we spent last year.
But that doesn't include dental and vision, or does it? My question is very specific. With your numbers.
This is a real comparison of David's plan and my plan. My plan is $120,000 less.
So the
and it
answer-
still provides the exact same amount of money contributed from the county as last year. And if there is surplus, which I'm not sure there is, but if there is, it would go towards a salary resolution, which is what also was Greg's plan.
If you factored your numbers off of David's numbers, then you logically, I'm not picking on you, but logically, if you follow David's number, David didn't factor in dental and vision.
This is just the health. This is just the Blue Cross and Blue
Right, so
Shield.
with your plan, you're saying it's still under budget, okay? But we haven't factored in dental or vision.
No, I did not factor them in. I
Okay,
just made it
so-
apples to apples.
55,000 for dental and vision.
How much?
55,000.
So all the plans cover it,
Okay,
all except
So-
for maybe one or two.
so his plan's right there, based upon what the Madam Clerk is giving us. His plan says he can do what he wants to do with the insurance and still cover dental and vision. We're still within budget. Is that a fair statement to make, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, if I had some time to study it, I just haven't had.
Okay.
But just as long as we stay within that 1.4, we should be okay.
So what's the final number for that? I mean, the number that David just gave plus the $44,000, $55,000, what's the final number?
About 1.4 on 1.1, 2.
And what's your final number?
David's final number off of what he gave us, I'll give you both. $1,466,460. That's no room for error. The one I presented was 1,345,596, and if there is room,
I
then
don't
you put it
see
towards
that.
a salary resolution.
Where is the 1.345 on any of these graphs that I seen before? Not what you just brought to us, what you gave us, the numbers that I went off of on any one of these alternative plans. I see 1.34605,296, but I don't see a 1.345 anywhere on there at all. I see the lowest being H195 26A that I did 80/20 being employer contribution, 1,257,415 and 87, and that's that Plan B at an 80/20.
I just used the exact numbers as last year with the exact amount of employees with the highest contribution that are signed up in each category.
Okay, I'm looking at the charts that were provided last
You looking at this
week.
page, David?
The front page?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it has every plan on there, not just mine.
Well, I mean, Madam Clerk brought up a good point, because if you look at, on all the plans, on the bottom line for all plans, annual contribution, you're sitting at 1.3, almost all the way across the board. You're below the 1.44.
Yeah.
It's 1,444,000, that's your budget.
Right.
So,
And if you look, I'm sorry, but if you look under that, you'll see a percentage. And if you look under that percentage, that's how much is left
Right.
out of each plan.
You're talking about the 20%?
Where it says budget 2026, 144, 157, then you got an NA because that's 2025's cost. And then you go over and you got $98,104.04 in the first column. That is the Plan A that they proposed us last week, that they brought in. Then the next one to it is my 80/20, which is 64,000 in surplus, which still covers the dental and vision. And then if you go on over, then you see all them other 6 plans, but then I got Plan B in there, which would be the third column over on after you go back through the numbers. And I mean, all them numbers are up there, but that one there is, if they all went on to Plan B that we had last year, we'd have surplus.
You're talking about B1, you're talking about Plan B1?
Yeah.
Alt B1, Alt B2?
No, I'm talking about HI 95A, 26, 80/20. Because then that surplus is 186,000.
Okay, so.
That's the highest.
May I continue then?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. Your objection to David's plan has been 2 things. It's a percentile of what, instead of being a concrete number.
That's the second thing, the priority.
What?
That's the second thing.
Okay.
That's not the priority. If I had to pick one, the priority would be the cost.
Okay, so right now with what he's proposing, we're covering the cost. We're still under budget. I'm looking at the numbers. If these numbers are accurate, and we have to double check it before we do everything else, if these numbers are accurate, he's under budget by doing this percentile split. So in my head, what I'm thinking, and this is a question to you, Chair, because if you're sitting here, let's say it's an 80%, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got an 80%, let's say, let's just pick one. Let's just say CMZTA 2026. So at 78%, the single pays 902.
Okay, you're saying CMTZTA 2026?
Yes, sir.
That's not mine.
Okay.
That is the
So
Plan
where's-
A that they submitted to us.
Okay, yours is at
That the
80/20.
employees asked back, yeah.
Right. Okay, so on that one there, so at 80 percentile, you're saying that the single employee will pay 844.26. That's 80%.
He said 90% on the singles.
On this one, it says 80.
That last meeting, you said 90% on the employee only.
I told you when I left that I was gonna do 80/20 and not do the 90.
He was playing with the numbers that,
Because I was gonna do 90 just on the single, but then
Regardless.
I said, no, we'll just do 80/20 across the deal.
regardless, Commissioner Bourbon, he's got 80 here, and 80% a single.
And that's what I sent you guys. I'm sorry.
At 80%, a single employee will pay $844.26.
An extra
But here's
The
the,
family,
I'm sorry.
the
Jean has
family,
one. Or I can make one. Susan's wanting to look at a copy of the one.
I just gave it to her.
Okay.
the family will end up paying $2678.89. Here's my idea. Take these percentiles that he's worked out, take those numbers and make them final numbers. Make them, this is the contribution that we do, rather than saying 80%. Just say, for the 2026, if you're single, doing whatever, these are the numbers that David ran. That's our contribution. It will not be a percentile. So moving into 2027, you're gonna have to rework the numbers, or you stick it this way. And hopefully, our insurance rate is not so high where we have to go back and re-manipulate the numbers.
So how do we compare ourselves to every other entity except for when it's not? I did the comparisons.
Right.
Okay? I got them from every
The comparison,
large,
I apologize, the comparison's real simple. When you give people, or you allow certain benefits, certain level of benefits to people for so many years, they become accustomed to that set of benefits. So when you go and pull that scab off, it really hurts. So if you want to reverse course, you're gonna have to do it gradually. Or you just have the internal fortitude to just say, heck with it, we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off and here we go. And right now, that was put on the table and the people were not happy about it.
I believe what I presented you was gradual, because we're still paying, if you listen to all the numbers, we're still paying a very good, large percentile more than what the other entities that are like us are paying in town.
Yes.
And so it is gradual. It is gradual. And if you had a savings of 120,000, what everybody's been talking about is the salaries. Why wouldn't you take that opportunity to get this more in line with standard and put it towards a salary resolution?
That was, you know, and I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to you, and I see that point. But again, you're asking people, you're comparing us to a totally different entity.
And how do we know that everybody needs that grand plan? How do we know that we're not just, how do we know that our employees wouldn't appreciate a salary resolution and a raise? Some of them may never use their insurance, and they may very well like that.
Okay, but your 120 does not cover vision and that, so if you take 50 out of that, you only got 70.
It's 120 difference from your exact, what you were.
Which one of your plans is that? I mean, which plan off of the original 6 that we're looking at, which one is that gives you 120 difference? I don't see any of them giving.
It's 120 difference from what you proposed at the meeting.
I still don't see, I'm comparing every one of them to the budget. Every plan to the budget. So there isn't one plan in here that shows $120,000 surplus. Not one plan.
Okay, well, you guys, everybody wants to talk about a commission undoing what the last commission does. This is what these long-term plans, this is what they were working towards, was being able to correct these things. And if we don't want to continue it, then that's our own foot that we're going to shoot.
Actually, I want to undo what they did, because I don't think what they did was, was at the interest of our,
It seems
at the
like
best
that's what
interest of our
everybody is
employees.
doing, though.
Taking them off the state plan.
No, my thing is like, I'm trying to figure out the least painful way to get to where we need to go, which is to balance the budget, be under budget preferably, and still give people what they've been accustomed. Is it going to be exactly what they got? Probably not. But is it going to be so innocuous that it's hard on the family? I hope not. That's not my intent.
So the single that doesn't benefit as greatly anyway, you're gonna go ahead and charge them $200 more.
Okay?
Where is it charging them 200 more?
Well, the 80% of the,
It's $60 more than what they're paying off of the,
Yeah.
off of the
It's only-
26.
it's $211. They don't pay anything now.
Well, but on the plan, ZMT, the one without the 80/20, just the 2026 plan, we're paying, we're gonna give them the 902, well, it's $1,055.33, so that makes them paying $152.98. So take 211.07 and subtract
$58 more.
158.
Under David's plan, they pay $58 towards.
More than what the other plans are paying. I mean, they're paying more. Single people are gonna pay more all the way across. I mean, I would love, I mean, but I did not know about the vision and stuff not being factored in there. I would love to go alternate A, where we're paying the whole $1,000, 100% for them, and then 80 for everybody else, but it only gives us a surplus of $12,000. So, I mean, it doesn't work. Terry, you had something you wanna?
My question is, if we go, say we go with Micah's plan, okay, I'm understanding neither one of you guys factored in the dental and the vision because you guys didn't have those numbers. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Susan just said it was about $55,000?
Yes.
Okay, so right now, by Micah's, she's showing $120,000 savings.
Mhm.
So you're gonna take that $55,000 off of there.
Right,
She says to put that into a salary resolution plan.
right.
How many employees do we have?
I'm gonna round up to like 100, 110.
So if you take, what would that be if you gave your?
Some
employee
people
raise?
are in line. The salary resolution would require the HR to pull the numbers and find the top, middle, and bottom, and we would decide where in the market we wanted
So
to be
not
with that
everybody
salary.
would get a raise, and
Correct.
everybody would be
Maybe, I don't
penalized.
know.
And everybody would be penalized.
I don't know that
for
everybody
higher
would be
premiums.
penalized.
That's what
Well,
I was
it's,
trying to figure out.
yeah. The other thing, the other thing is on the family, I just had it before. Hang on a second. On the family plan, under David's 80/20, the family gets an additional $627 from the county to cover that plan. That's on the family plan. So, yes, we're spending more on some, we're making others pay where they've never paid before.
Right.
But in the grand scheme of things, it's like, this is what we're gonna do to help out the whole body.
Right,
Make sense?
I understand.
At this point, it's the whole body, because quite frankly, Terry's like, nobody at this table caused the current construct that we're in.
Oh,
And
I
nobody at this
completely agree.
table caused the insurance rate to go up the way it's going.
Absolutely.
So we're trying to figure out what's the best way forward when we can bring everybody along with this. Is everybody gonna be 100% comfortable? Is it gonna be like 2025? No. It was never gonna be like 2025. So we have to figure out how we
Well,
can,
we don't like to go back to 2024 when we were on the state plan, but,
well,
you know.
again, I wasn't here then.
I know.
So
I know.
my thing is, this is the dilemma I'm faced with, and I'm trying to work this whole thing out in the sense where I know what Commissioner Milburn wants, I know what Commissioner Beerbauer wants. And for me, I'm trying to figure out where's that common ground? Where are we at in the middle? Because I'll just go on record. My prediction is this is gonna go be a 2-to-1 vote. That's, I really, because, and I don't like that because for us, we're a team. We should be working as a team. We should be coming to consensus as a team. And what that means is we have to have these hard conversations at this table. And I'm trying to be cognizant of one commissioner's requirements versus the other commissioner's requirement. Make sense?
Absolutely.
So,
What I want everybody to understand is I'm not just thinking about today. I'm not thinking about just this year. I'm thinking about the years to come as well, because you're gonna be sitting right here having this same battle year after year after year if you keep continuing to do the exact same thing. That's
right.
that's
You're right.
just how it is.
You're right,
And you won't work towards the goal that you're trying to.
you're right.
And then also,
What's-
if you utilize
Hang on,
this
David.
whole budget, what say you when a single person, somebody took single quit and somebody takes family, just a couple of those, that's gonna blow your budget out of the water.
Maybe.
Blow yours too.
Yeah.
It blew anybody's budget out.
No, there's room in mine.
There's
no
room in mine.
Okay.
Okay, you're right. Micah, you are absolutely correct, except for one thing.
I don't see yours in
Except for
any
one-
of the plans that were
The math
offered.
is solid.
Excuse me, except for one thing. What's the one thing the three of us said we would do? As soon as the budget was done, as soon as insurance was done, what's the first thing the three of us were gonna do? We're supposed to get together, as soon as this thing's done, moving into the new year, we're supposed to start moving towards the strategic plan. None of the stuff
I
that we,
try to think about this in a strict, okay.
everything we've done here was a one-time deal. We can't do what we did this year, next year. We have to come up with a strategic plan, somehow. Because right now, we're talking about, you guys are talking about, well, we are talking about insurance. I'm thinking about insurance, I'm thinking about the vehicles, I'm thinking about the radios, I'm thinking about we gotta come up with a strategic plan moving into next year.
I had that in thought when I built this. Trying to be strategic right now.
I don't want you, look, I don't want you
Okay.
giving up. Don't give up.
Let me add this one thing, cause I mean, I'm looking at what you wrote up there, but I'm looking at the paperwork that was provided by the insurance companies and stuff, and I don't see your numbers on any of those pages. Hang on, let me finish. I don't see that number on there where there's $120,000, and if you're comparing it to mine, I still don't see that numbers, cause every one of mine has a surplus, even without because even the alternative plans, at least I got 12,000, one of them I even got 6,000 on it. So, but let me finish. My plan is this, and I said it last week, before we ever started. The majority, I mean, if you took a poll of all of our employees right now, I would say you'd be hard pressed to find any one of them that wouldn't want to be back on the state plan. And the reason why is because the pool, we got even if we grew to 150 employees, we can't compare to what the state does. When they go 117% in claims, it's not even they don't even blink at it. That's why, and I said it, my goal is to get us to 2028 to where we qualify to go back to the state plan. Because that's what my strategic plan is, to undo what was done, because it's not working. We're too small of a group to compete in these individual pools like that. That is what my plan is, and what I'm offering here is a ability to not overburden our employees, which are underpaid, and their best thing that they got going for them right now is the benefits. That's what was happening last year, is at least they had, singles were being paid totally for, but, you got a guy that, that if he's paying for him and his spouse, and he's paying $400 last year, and then you doubling this year, and you don't give him a raise, and you're saying, well, we might be able to give you a raise out of $50,000 or $70,000, it's not there.
Are you done?
I'm done.
When can you get us an assessment of David's proposal and Michael's proposal to include?
I'm sorry, you're not even for sure what my proposal is. I put it in numbers. What my proposal would be is to take the 80-20 for A and B from last year and not offer any of the other plans. It'd just be those two plans like it was last year, and that's the two choices that you got.
I don't have an issue with that. What I'm looking at is whatever plans you decide to offer, plus the dental and vision on there, and just see, I need to see the final number. Because in the end, this looks really good, that looks pretty good, but I'm like, I don't know what I don't know, which is the final number. So without dental and vision added to that.
If I email you that spreadsheet, would you see the formulas on it?
Can you do the same?
What?
Can you email the clerk your spreadsheets?
You have a copy.
Yeah.
It's not a spreadsheet, it's just math.
Okay.
And one more thing.
That's what mine are.
One more thing. If we're talking about the majority are the single, and you are burdening them more.
$58.
Here's, you're right, but
It's
may
a large majority. You have 30 with Employee Plus
may I counter?
and 69.
May I counter? You're right. Unfortunately, some of those singles are married, so they're not really single.
Right.
They're using the system to their benefit, and I expect them to, okay?
Maybe.
But I know they are. Because anybody in their right mind is gonna look at their situation in totality between, I'll use me for an example, okay? In my family, my spouse doesn't carry health insurance. I carry the health insurance. Is she gaming the system? She's using a system that was set up. It's cheaper through me than it is through her. So you don't think that the rest of the people in this county are doing the same thing? They are. Everybody's doing what they need to do to survive in this environment. So, yes, some people are gonna have to pay $58.
Well, they're gonna pay, either way, they're either gonna pay 152 or they're gonna pay 211. But it's one or the other, unless they go all the way down to the highest deductible, and then we're actually paying them to do it on an HSA.
Right.
And I'd be venture to say there probably isn't one employee that's gonna take that plan.
A lot of people take the HSA because of how much Plan A costs.
Okay, how many people have called you jumping up and down saying wanting an HSA? How many people?
Nobody's called me saying HSA, but a lot of people, I have spoke to employees that think that we shouldn't necessarily contribute towards Employee Plus.
Should or shouldn't?
Should not.
Okay. I've not had one employee call me up and say, hey,
Okay.
they're all in favor of HSA. Every employee that's called me or talked to me has said that the cost is untenable. The cost is untenable. That's what I'm hearing, that's what's being beaten in my head.
I can.
Everyone that has talked to me.
Advise the person.
Everyone that has talked to me has said it's either the new A and B or, and they hadn't seen the 80/20, but they wanted that $1,000 deductible because all the other deductibles, they are not, on their salary, are not going to meet that deductible
It's
at all.
catastrophic to them.
It's gonna take something, really, really bad, for them, and then they're gonna have to borrow money to meet that deductible, because we're not, you can't pay them what we're paying them, and I've said this since the beginning, we need to pay our employees better.
So.
And we didn't do it this year because we tightened the budget.
So, if I may, because it's already 9:09, and we're missing a critical piece of information, which is the bottom line. I propose that we table this for now, do a work session later on this week, to have that information, or have a special meeting to go through this. Because the work session, we can't vote.
Right.
So we do a special meeting later on this week when Madam Clerk's got the final numbers, and then we vote on your plan or Commissioner Beerbar's plan.
The one thing that I told Sam, kind of whispered it to him, is I know the intent is to get everybody's wages up, and this would be a good way to do that if you have savings. There are benefits to keeping the money within their health plan because they don't pay taxes on that money. You give them an increase in wages and they're gonna pay taxes on those dollars. And so it's a double-edged sword when you take it away from the benefits and put it over here on salaries, because they're truly gonna end up with probably a wash because they are having to pay taxes on that increase in their salary.
What is the benefit to a healthy person that don't utilize that?
Well,
it wouldn't be on the health insurance. It wouldn't be. Their benefit would be in their paycheck.
for your younger people.
Do you have that many unhealthy, is the majority?
What is the
Do we have that
average
many
age of our
unhealthy? We did
workforce?
117% over.
Well, I know, but did
So
the
we have
majority do
unhealthy
that? I mean,
people.
I have no idea. I don't know if we are talking about the majority of our employees here.
I wasn't in any of those conversations, but Don Doherty can give you that information.
I remember Don Doherty sitting, talking to us about those numbers.
Shall we have shall we ask Don to come and so he can give us that information?
I'm willing to listen.
That'll have to be
anything-
done in private.
Yes. And he did it the last time, and basically what I took away from that meeting was, we have an unhealthy group.
Did he say if it was the majority?
He should give you the top 10.
We did not get that. We got no names.
No.
You don't get names,
No,
you get the top.
he did give us the top 10. He did. Diabetes was one of the biggest things. Diabetes and heart was the two top things that people had, and high blood pressure. Those are, I remember that. Why? It seems to resonate home with me, right? And that's why I pay attention to that. I'm like, okay. So I'm not abnormal.
And they shouldn't be penalized for that. We should put programs in place to help them, is
Right.
what we should do.
Nobody's asking to penalize. I'm just saying, please don't penalize the others either by making
How
just the
many
people
is
that are
that?
taking the single. Well, the people that are taking a single are 69
But like I
versus
said,
30.
But they're probably
Commissioner,
taking it because
they're not all singles.
Right.
They're not all singles, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Well, maybe they can't afford a family plan and so they chose not to take it.
In this case, if you do it, they can afford a family plan because, or at least it's better because we're pushing another $685 towards the family plan. Can we just agree to table this for now until we get the final numbers from the clerk and have a special meeting later on this week to get this going? Because I really don't want to push this into.
This is the 10th.
Yeah, we really need to
Almost
have,
all open enrollments are over by the 15th.
Hey, tomorrow, how about tomorrow? You want to do it tomorrow? I know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow's Veterans Day, but I'm willing to come into this room and have a meeting. I'm willing to do it tomorrow. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Madam Clerk, because you're the one doing heavy lift in this one. That's your call. She's got to run the numbers.
These numbers on here, I'll just tell you, I mean, I'll send you the spreadsheet, but if you take just on the first one, the CMZTA 2026, and you take those numbers and you break it down, you multiply by 80, 0.80, you're gonna get the same numbers that I got. It's there. But, I mean, I'm all for, I just offering an alternative to, alternative to the
I can do
deal.
it
So let's
tomorrow
do a work
evening.
session
I can't
tomorrow.
do it Wednesday.
Okay.
Huh?
I can do
Tomorrow
it.
evening?
I can't do one I'm out of town, I'm out of pocket Wednesday. And,
Okay.
tomorrow's
tomorrow?
Veterans Day, so we got, school programs that we're gonna have to work this around,
Why don't
so.
you just do Thursday? What
He
about
can't,
Thursday?
he won't be here. Excuse me. Can you do tomorrow?
Yes,
What time?
have to look.
Can you do tomorrow, Commissioner Member?
Is it gonna be done tomorrow, I guess?
Well,
Are
if
you
we-
gonna are you gonna let Dawn be involved? Or
If you can
is
get-
it non,
if
is
you
it a
can get
non,
him
If
here-
you can get
is it a
him here-
non-thing?
Micah, if you can get Dawn in here, if you can get the insurance fairy in here, I will listen to whatever they got to say. You bring the functional expert to the table, I will listen, I will talk to them, I will question them. Yes, I want to get this done. I want this off of our plate before next week.
My concern is they're not even gonna have a book ready for our employees at all. And our employees should be electing the next 2 weeks. Because our first payroll in December has to be the first deduction.
I hear you, man.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I need to take one bite at a time, and this is the
Yeah.
biggest bite. I gotta get through this first. Are you texting them?
Yeah.
So.
Are we tabling it until tomorrow?
Well, do you agree to a meeting tomorrow?
I am,
What
yeah.
time?
Let's go 10 o'clock.
Oh, I won't have it done by 10 o'clock.
She said afternoon.
What is there to
Afternoon.
get done? These numbers are already here and they're solid. And then these, Mr. Bierbauer's numbers are here. The only thing that would change is the 90 to
We'll make
the
the
80.
decision tonight.
And you would just add the
We can do it in
55,000
the
for the
afternoon.
vision
I don't-
things.
I-
The numbers aren't gonna change.
Can you have it by 1300, 1 o'clock?
What, Susan, what numbers are gonna change?
I was gonna put the dental, vision, everything. in
You said they were
columns, so
55,000 now.
Mhm.
That's pretty simple. That's,
Well, then you guys just need to make a decision tonight, if
Yeah.
that's what you wanna do.
Make a decision.
Okay, so what plans are you proposing?
I propose a 80-20 plan, A and B. I move that we
Hang on, you gotta give me the HI, whatever.
CMTZA 26 80-20 and H195A 26 80-20. I move that we accept those two plans.
Second. Discussion?
You don't do a discussion unless you have a second. You shouldn't have a discussion unless you have a second.
I just did.
You seconded it? Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion.
my discussion is you're cutting it very tight. We've come across several warnings, and then later he says, oh, I didn't realize that I did that. And so please, listen to the warning.
Yeah,
The warning is that you're utilizing and you're cutting it very, very tight.
I also heard a warning that we were short 17%. And that's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation, that's why we're going through this exercise. Because the three of us made the determination that not raising the mill levy on the taxpayer was the most important thing we could do during the budget. And that asking everybody, every one of us in this county to tighten our belts. So you're right. You're absolutely correct.
If it's higher than 58,000, then she's right.
Mhm.
I will say that.
Right. But, Susan, is that number above 58,000? How good
Which
it?
ones you just picked? You picked this one?
The original ones from last year, Susan.
So that one,
Yes,
and then
that one.
this one.
Can you run the numbers?
Them were the two. And on the back page, they're all there. I mean, all the plans. And it shows that one's right there. And then, of course, these aren't any good.
What is this down here? This is the,
These are,
what is this down here?
here. That's the breakdown that they had on whatever,
But
whatever.
when you drop down to the second section here. what's
Okay,
this?
so you
What's
got the
this 769, what's all that?
Where? I'm sorry, I
That's
can't.
okay. 80/20, so that's what the premium cost.
Yeah, the
is, right?
769, that's
This is what the
the,
employer's gonna pay.
what the employer's gonna pay, yeah.
Okay, so this is our cost.
Our cost right there. And then this is here's the budget minus that,
Okay,
and then that's what you get left over.
okay.
That's why this here is not, if it's over 58,000, we're gonna hurt.
Can you pull back the proposal?
Pull it back?
Yeah.
Like what?
Just pull it back.
My motion?
Yeah, your motion.
Until we get,
You can make a second motion.
You just need to,
we just don't vote.
no, you need to, no, that's not how the.
That's not how-
rule-
You would vote it down. That would be the easiest. And then do it again, the way you wanted.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So are we gonna table this, a motion to table this until tomorrow afternoon?
I'm good with voting on it tonight.
You gonna vote on it tonight?
Yeah, because what I really want, my take on this whole thing is, I like your percentile, the 80-20. I don't like it going into next year being 80%. Whatever the numbers you crafted for this, so for instance, on CMZTA 26, 80-20, on that plan, if it's a family plan, right now, the county's gonna pay, is that right, $3,348.61? Wait, hang on, no, that's.
Yeah,
the-
$3,348.61.
Yeah, that's how much the premium is, but what we pay is $2,000.
No, that's the family cost.
Yes, that's the cost, but what we pay is gonna be $2678.89, correct?
On the 80-20, and on the
Yes.
other, it's $2,051.06.
Yeah, I don't care about the other, I'm focusing only on yours. So what I'm saying is, instead of saying 80%, we said that is what we're gonna contribute, that's the hard number.
I don't see that,
Because
where
what I
you're coming,
don't,
where
what I
you're,
don't, what I don't want is if you say 80%, and then next year this thing goes up another 10 or 15%, then we're on the hook for 80%.
well, I'm not looking at it for next year, I'm looking at it for this year.
I know, that's what I'm saying, you're looking,
We
so am
make
I.
adjustments next year regardless of what the, you know.
There's no guarantee, just like Bill said, there's no guarantee in this.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, if we do it this way, we have to.
Defined contributions, you're stuck.
Right,
Percentages, you're not.
right, correct.
Because next year, if you go into percentages and we go up to another 150%, you know, in claims, then we adjust the percentage. We may not be able to do 80. We may only be able to do 75 or 60.
Well, that's the same thing with defined contribution.
No, the defined contribution, you're stuck with whatever it is. It stays there. If it's 902, it's 902 next year.
Right.
If it's 902, it's 902 next year. And the employee picks up more and more of the burden
Right.
of what's left over.
And that's what Don said.
Right.
It's like, if,
Yeah, it's designed to save the county money, not the
Right.
employee.
right. So in the end, are you gonna save the county money, or are you gonna save the employees' money?
I'm wanting to save employees money. That's been my motivation since day one. So, I mean, taxpayers, we, mission first, men always.
Absolutely.
And mission is that, you know, we want to get property tax down, we want to create our roads, we want to take care of our people, public welfare and safety. Just a second. And, but you can't do it if you don't have your employee, if you don't have your force. You're not gonna get those good roads, you're not gonna get the public service.
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
We had people join the military under Obama, we had people join the military under Biden. No matter what, we're gonna have people. Make sense? That's just the way it is. I hear what you're saying, and it is a cautionary tale, and I hear that. But in the end, we're gonna have people.
So we're
gonna have attrition.
Right.
Every organization has attrition.
right, but we don't have to make it by design.
It's always by design, because the budget is always by design. You and I came from the biggest organization. The budget is by design. That's why we have force shaping. Every year, there's been force shaping.
I'm just, I disagree.
Okay.
You know,
1328.
Yes, ma'am.
I stand on what I said last week.
Which is what?
Form the committee, form the benefits committee.
that goes for next year, but it ain't
That's what
helping
I'm
us
saying.
this year.
Because he's talking about what about next year? Okay, we have our eggs all in one basket right now. So form the committee, let the committee start working in February, shopping and looking. Because this year you guys were stuck. You guys didn't have an option. So, that's just
Well,
my,
let's finish this one, because,
I figured
made-
your percentiles on the A and B.
What is?
I figured the numbers on the A and B.
Who's A and B, yours or his?
I figured his.
Okay?
So the county would, on Plan A, contribute $844 towards a single. Is that correct, David?
Let me,
Okay.
yeah,
On the employee plus spouse, the county would contribute $1813. Is that correct?
so 181371.
On the employee plus children, the county would contribute $1708.
1709.
Oh, 9. Okay. On family, the county would contribute $2678.
Yes.
And then Plan B? On Plan B, the county would contribute $768 on single.
Yes.
$1632 on employees.
Out anymore after tonight, that's why we decided to go ahead and make the vote. So is there
I thought
a
we were
motion
waiting-
for,
We're waiting on the clerk to come back with the final numbers. We'd given her, she just walked out.
I thought you couldn't do it.
I think she wants to do it.
She wants to go do it. That's
Okay.
why it's like, we can move on to the next subject if you want.
Well,
Or table this for now and then come back.
I think I understand what you want. You want to do David's 80/20 as a defined contribution.
Yes.
Let me write those numbers down and you can make your motion. Can I write them down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I agree with you, Terry. I think next year, I think February would be a very, very good starting point for all of us. Especially for you, who think, you know. The thing, and I'm gonna caveat this, is like, it's, and I don't know how else to put it tactfully, so I'm just gonna say it. When you put a committee together who are the end users, sometimes you can have creep, not creepy people, creep, the money can creep, because if you go into it with the mindset of, we're here to save the county money, but still get what we need, it's totally different than going into the whole committee and saying, this is what we need. And the county's just gonna have to fund it, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So, that's where I'm very cautious, is I want the committee to do what the committee needs to do, but in all things that we do, and all things that I do, it's what the county, make sense? Because there's 100 to 120 of us in the county, there's
Thank you.
14,000 of us out there. And believe me, I'm very cognizant of what people tell me, and I'm not saying that you don't deserve or you don't need what you got, but there's a lot of people out there like, that's better than what I got. I get it, I understand that. So, do we understand each other, man? Thanks.
I want to note that I don't think that will help as many people as the plan I proposed, but.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So what I just handed you is health, dental, vision. This is worst case scenario. That means everybody takes Plan A. And everybody's not gonna take Plan A.
Okay.
It's worst case scenario.
How many people took Plan A over Plan B?
69, I left it, I think it was.
I mean, that's
You
what
had
I was
25
offering, is just an
You had
alternative.
25 on Plan B.
Huh?
You had 25 on Plan B.
So
And
then
they're
that's a
probably the
lower
employee
cost.
plus ones, because the Plan A is way too expensive for the employee plus ones. It's pretty expensive.
Yes.
And so a lot of employee plus chose B anyway. And so the proposal that I
25 out
made
of
would
69.
honestly help everybody.
Yeah.
25 out of
It would.
97,
25 out of 99, I think.
99.
99.
So that's not a majority
Maybe it's
taking
97.
Plan B.
The employee plus ones, more than likely, a lot of them are taking Plan B because that Plan A is really high.
Wait, is this the final?
Yeah, that
Well,
would
the
be
deductible
worst
is really
case
high on
scenario.
all of it.
What's his budget at on?
They might not need it. They might just need it for worst case scenario.
There he is, thank you. I was like,
Well, we're making
I
them
couldn't
take
find
it
that
worst
stupid
case
number.
scenario on those plans. Did you figure up the ones off of her numbers? I mean,
No,
I guess
have
her
not. I
math
can
is.
go do that. If you want me to do that. Do you want me to go do that?
Susan, it totals 1345, 596.
Okay.
So it would, from from this, it's only a $45,000 difference. And I
So-
think that's because David changed the single from 90 to 80. That'd be where that difference came in.
Yeah.
How sure are you on the dental and the vision?
Vision, I'm thinking I might have, I may have only grabbed one plan, there's 2 plans, so when I was looking at that earlier, I don't have my book, let me go grab my book.
Because the thing is, right now with the numbers that the clerk gave me, versus, yeah, come out, we are in the, we're in the black by $13,319. Like, everything else we've done at this table is down to the wire.
You guys like to live on the edge, and that's very clear.
You know what, you're the one who was the Pied Piper. So don't sit there and point the finger at me.
No,
and
no,
David.
no, I'm the one that was saying, if you do this, you're gonna have to make hard decisions down the road, it's non-negotiable. And you guys do it all anyway, every single time.
I remember a budget that went that same way,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure there's other things that's gonna come down the pipeline that we're gonna do the same way, so.
You know what I don't want is the worst case scenario, you laying people off at the end of the year at some point because you don't have the budget to pay them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since we're not giving nobody raises and we've already factored in the budget on payroll, I mean, I don't know how we're not gonna be able to pay them. I think that's, has nothing to do with this.
Hey, we're doing the people's work. Be positive. Just remain, both of you, just remain positive, okay? We'll get through this.
Well, while we're waiting, and, I'll make a move, oh, we got
Let me
that.
just talk a little bit, I forgot this bottom section, there's not very much in it.
Is this hers or David's?
No, that's David's. She already
So
said
you're off by-
hers was 1345 is what she said. But was that with Plan A and Plan B?
That's just a defined contribution of what Plan A is right now, letting them utilize it towards any plan that they want. That's why I find it beneficial. Because somebody that doesn't need the insurance, they would get their whole Plan B, or whatever that B3 paid for, and they would still have insurance. That would still help them towards prescriptions, that would still help them towards anything that's not catastrophic. It is beneficial. And David's plan does not do that. You're gonna have to pay no matter which plan you're on. That's the difference. And
And you're talking about which plan that they don't have to pay on?
just the proposal that I
They don't have to
gave
pay
you.
Plan B at all?
You're
They
talking
want
about
Any,
the,
in any level, they didn't have to
You
pay
said
Plan?
1345?
I don't.
Let me see again, Susan, just a moment. The B3 or whatever.
So under Micah's plan, there's 99,000 left over.
It's the B3, alt B3. They would not have to pay on the single
She okay?
or the,
Okay. All right.
let me see here. So they wouldn't have to pay,
Signature,
yeah,
like
they wouldn't
this?
have to pay here. And then what do we do on the employee?
Do you need some food?
Is that the alt beat 3 that you're talking about?
Yes. And then, and Dawn told me the only thing difference was the deductible.
In what we had, the only thing difference is the deductible.
That's what he told me. And
It's an
so,
HSA, nobody's gonna
so
take it.
the employee plus
We
child,
have a recess.
1827,
Give me a 3-minute recess.
3-minute recess.
it would pay the whole thing. See? Well, darn near.
We have to look and see.
Employee child, 16. Okay, is this one employee child?
Yeah, sometimes they don't always line up.
Well, but look how close those numbers are. This would really be helpful to
This is the
people.
detail I want to look at. So, look at this plan versus what we have today. Do you have that?
Yes. Right here.
Okay. So look at, this is a 6350. That's a 3300.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
yes.
This is like massively
Yeah, I understood that.
catastrophic.
Yeah, right. And a lot of
And-
people don't, especially when you're paying $400 or $500.
$63,000 or $6,350.
Currently, they would say
It's
that
for
a
somebody
little doctor's
that,
visit or
that
whatever. I really
is
think
20
this is
years
helpful.
old and
I really do think it's
doesn't
helpful
go to the doctor at all.
to majority.
I think you'd be better off if you offered Plan A, this plan, and make this a Plan C. Does that make sense? Have 3 options, and then maybe some of your younger kids that don't care about insurance, because we do have a few, they don't care if they have it or not. But you're still gonna, I don't think you'll have a family or an employee spouse or anybody choose that plan. I think you'll only have,
But you do have employee spouses that choose the HSA right now, don't you?
we have 12 that choose the 3,300.
The HSA,
But
yeah.
I don't know that they would choose a 6,500 or 6,300. Employee children.
I feel like if they had to pay
Oh, wait, hang
20%
on. I
of
say
of that
No,
one, they
you
would.
You have 7 that do employee children. And that's because it's $100 less.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why they choose it.
And this one would be substantially less, and so I do think that it would be, excuse me, I do think that it would
What's
be
that?
helpful.
You already know one of those employees plus child is gonna go to single.
I already know that.
You already stated.
Yeah, Mike.
I'm gonna have several employees that are not gonna put their children, they're gonna go to employee only.
So,
Same here.
You do what?
We're gonna have a couple go to the single,
And not,
or they're gonna leave, they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
on what?
they'll go to the single plan,
Yeah, on which,
plan A, on mine.
yeah, what I'm saying is on David's or on Micah's?
Oh, I don't know about that, we were just talking about the plans.
Oh,
I told her, I said, you could add a Plan C. You don't have to just have 2 plans. You could have a Plan C where it has that very catastrophic. That 6,300 is very catastrophic. I mean, it's kind of at the very bottom.
And the people that are taking HSA, they're probably leaning towards that anyway, as to why they want it. Plus, it helps with your prescriptions, doesn't it? Discount those still? And it still does preventatives and things like that. I mean, it's still a useful plan.
which one are you looking at, David?
I think we're overly discounting these plans. I think they're still very good plans.
It is on her.
Oh, it's on hers.
Yes.
I'm not looking at hers.
Yeah, the prescriptions are still subject to deductible on the 6,350 before it pays. So you still gotta meet the 6,350.
Is there a
before you can
copay?
start getting
Is there
discount.
co-insurance on
It's
it?
deductible then, so they gotta pay $6,300
And then
before
you
their
start getting
prescription
copays.
even kicks in.
But look at that maximum out of pocket, it's like 12 grand probably.
Yeah, 12,700.
So it's a very catastrophic plan. I would look at somebody, maybe like a kid, a young kid that doesn't really, they think they've got the world, they're very healthy.
Somebody that just turned 27 and got
Yeah.
off his mom and dad's insurance.
Yeah.
Quit talking about me.
You haven't been 27 for,
Yeah, I can have my fantasies, but
So she's talking about.
that one,
Mhm.
that B3.
Yeah, look at like this.
My question would be, why don't you offer your 2 plans and you offer your 2 plans and they have 4 plans?
Because mine contributed a whole lot more towards the low deductible plans than his does. And the numbers wouldn't work out. You do one structure or the other. The one I was proposing contributed more towards the HSAs. It contributed the same amount towards HSAs as it did towards, the Plan A. And so it should have been very helpful to people.
Only if they take that one plan. If they took the Plan A or Plan B, there's not much of a difference between the Plan A that was proposed is 78% employer cost, and I did 80%, so it's a 2% difference between the differences in what the employee pays or not. I mean, I would just say if it would move things along, just give up the 80/20s and go with the original 6 plans that we had and let the employees choose. I mean, we're not looking out, so. Because it's gonna double the employee plus spouse. They go from 436 to 796. That's the killers right there in those plans. But, I mean, we're just gonna keep beating this thing, and the door is closing as to, people needing to get out there and get their insurance, so.
Some people will pay less. What was that?
Some people.
Kevin? What'd you say, Kevin?
With what we just listened to, I said, are you more towards David's plans or Micah's plans? And we both said David's plan. I mean, I feel like that's what Mike was. Nothing personal or anything.
I know, I mean.
Deductibles matter to my people.
Mine too.
It's
That's
huge.
what we're.
Co-pays matter to my people.
Absolutely.
The biggest difference is when you get below the single. We got 69 on single, but you got, 19 plus 6 plus 5, so you got 20, 30 people that are in a family or employee spouse or employee child. That's where on the 80/20 that you get better.
I've got 2 sets, husband and wife that work out there, that have children. One set, and they need that copay. They need that copay on medications, they can't afford that high deductible.
Yeah. So, I mean, you gotta look at, is the 80/20 better than the initial Plan A that they offered when they come back and said, hey, we'll give you that $1,000 deductible, but it's gonna cost you $1,055, and if we paid the 902, then you save, it's only gonna be $155 for the single, where on the 80/20, it's $211.
Right. Here's what I think is gonna become a problem, just looking at it. I think that people are gonna look at, you're contributing $844 on David's plan to Plan A. Why are you not contributing that same amount on Plan B? So you should contribute the same amounts, and if it doesn't cost that much, then you only contribute what the plan costs. Does that make, am I making sense? So like, the plan for.
You gotta look at what that Plan B was offering too, though.
So Plan B, it was a higher deductible. So why are they not getting the same benefit?
See, the Plan B that was
you
a
go-
$3,000 deductible, and
And you're gonna make them pay.
on the renewal, we didn't give them, on the renewal plan, we gave them the 902 across the board.
Right, and so what I'm saying is.
But then that doesn't make it a percentage, that makes it a defined contribution.
Going back to the drawing board.
It makes it more fair. Huh?
So I feel like we're going back to the drawing board again.
Well, I just wanna make a point that Plan A, you're gonna pay $844 for it, okay? That's the best plan. Plan
Well-
B, it costs you $902. Why aren't we contributing $844 to that Plan B?
But like on Plan B,
They get less benefit.
let me find it here again, where do my numbers go? Yeah. On the Plan B 80/20, it's still, it's the difference in what you're paying the family and the employee child and employee spouse. That's where it goes down by doing an 80/20 split. I mean, we pay less, but if you raise that up, you know, you could do it on the single and change it, but I would leave the 80/20 on the rest of it because we're saving them money, or, you know, over the deductible, over the overall cost. Because what I was trying to do is look, if you look at the 2025 numbers, what did we pay? Look at what we paid employees with child, and even on the 80/20 we go up. I don't know why we go up that much.
Are our numbers right
I don't know if that number's right.
on the 2026?
I have to do that again. I think maybe I was falling asleep.
I think.
I refigured the numbers and gave them to Sam. I actually sat here and did the 80%. Sam has them right there. So.
On the
we're gonna-
Plan B,
Plan B employee, are you looking at which one, what number?
on
David only wanted to
employee-
do A and B.
Yeah, but what number? Are you looking
That's
at
that.
employee with child?
Yes.
An employee with child on David's plan is 2440. And on yours
That is not mine. Those are David's numbers.
But you said you reworked them.
Well, I just did the math. This main number times .80.
That came out to 1557.
hang on here just a second.
That's 1557 is employee plus child. This
Yeah.
way.
No, it's
It's
the
a-
numbers down below on the 20% on the employees.
Yeah, your numbers are off, Michael.
No. Which one? Plan B
Plan B,
of what? Employee what?
employee and spouse.
1652. That's 80%.
Hang on.
Yeah. Why is it?
That number was wrong.
Yeah,
The
but
number I just figured was not wrong. It's
So you
very
take
easy math.
You take 16, 12, 67 times 80%, and it should be 12,
Where are you
90.
getting 1612? Where's that at?
Well, you're taking 80% off of the cost of the 2026.
2065 is 2026B on employee spouse. 2065. It's 1652. 80% of that 1652.
Yeah, which is, it drops down, that's what it is.
Okay.
He's going off of the third column over. On that plan.
Actually, what I'm going off of was at the top. If you go HP or HI 95A 2026 on the single 961.54, that's where you get the 769.23. And then if it was 2065 for a spouse, employee plus spouse, 2065.50, and 80% of that is 1652.
I went over that.
It's 80% because you're breaking down what the total premium is for an employee plus spouse. You're breaking it down between the employer for 80% and the employee for 20%. So if you can look at the top numbers, it's still the same because I just duplicated them over. The premium is still the same between 2026 and the 80/20 2026 one. So if you're looking at But I think on my numbers, because let's see here, 1946, 74 times 0.8 should be.
Sam, what are you doing? I'm ready for somebody to make a motion. Please.
We'll make one. Yeah, so that's 1557.
Do we have our numbers right? That's my biggest thing.
Those, if you want to make David's a defined contribution, those numbers are correct that I gave you. It's very easy math. It's very easy.
Are we good with just having 2 plans?
You guys already voted that one down.
No,
Are we good with 2 plans? Answer my question.
mine was built for the whole proposal. So if you make David's plan, his was built for just 2. So that is, just make the one you want.
To you, Madam Clerk. If I do this as a defined contribution, and next year, we are stuck with the numbers that I have here before me. But if I need to modify these numbers, we have to go back and vote on it, like we are doing right now, correct? I'm not, on paper, budgetary-wise, I am locked into that number for next year, correct? So,
For Plan A.
right, and then for Plan B, but what I'm saying is, if next year this Plan A goes up, let's just say, to $900, or it goes up higher, we're only gonna pay that unless we come to the table and say, okay, fine, we will increase that number.
And you can do that during budget time.
Okay, I can do that during budget time. Nothing that we do at the table is set in stone if all of us get together and we change it. That's my ask.
Change it when? For 26? If you
Yeah.
change it?
Going into 27.
Oh, no, you've got that opportunity.
Okay.
But you can't, if you make that decision tonight, you gotta stick with it for all of 26.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I motion, Matt, by the floor.
Yeah.
I motion to accept Commissioner Beerbauer's plan to fund CMZTA 268020 and H195A 268020 with defined contributions of, for Plan A, $844 for single, $1,813 for employee plus spouse, $1,709 for employee child, $2,678 for family, and on Plan B, $768 for single, $1,652 for employee spouse, $1,557 for employee child, and $2,440 for family.
Second, with discussion. Can we add a C plan, Madam Clerk, that you were suggesting earlier?
You sure can.
So we could add,
That very catastrophic one.
yeah,
Which is which one on your chair?
it's B3 that Commissioner Milburn was discussing.
Okay, so on, with B3, that these are your numbers right here?
It's on her, yeah.
Which would
It's
have.
the very last one, yeah, alt
This one right
3.
here?
Yeah. Alt B3 should be 83601 for 09,
Yes, sir.
or for the single.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
So would you like to
It'd be Plan C.
amend my proposal?
I think he just wants you to add to it.
Yeah, I mean, amend it, I'm gonna add to it.
Add that.
So I'd like to also add H184A Alt B3 which has a single contribution of $902.35.
No, that's over. It's not to exceed. So 836.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
No, it's that alt 3 plan, alt
Yeah.
B3, yeah.
Yeah.
I think which one are you looking at?
Right here, I'm reading off those numbers
And that's on that spreadsheet,
that you gave me, yes, sir.
and should be she 861, right? Well, you have 902, you're reading off the top, you're reading right, go ahead.
Yeah. Are we clear on this?
If you're gonna add,
It's this one right
It's
here.
the very
Micah.
top of your, it's the top numbers, the total premium, not the breakdown between employee and spouse, or employee and employer.
That one?
yeah, that you're contributing more than what it costs. And so you would, here, that.
You're looking at the employer cost, he's looking at the total.
No, I'm looking at the total. The total's 836, so you wouldn't contribute 902, you'd contribute.
So how much is the employee paying?
Nothing. They would pay nothing.
So it's not,
They'd pay nothing on the single, okay? They would pay very minimal. Here, Sam, if you just
You're
want to add
right.
it.
She's right on that first one, Chair. She's right because the single is
What are you-
$836. That's what it cost. The projection on your paperwork was 902.
I don't,
That's last year's contribution.
that
To
was
Plan A.
off of. It was off of
Yeah.
this sheet here.
It's 902, and then on this,
That was off of,
the single is 1502.
The employee plus spouse is 1502.
No, it's employee plus spouse is 161767. Are we looking at
Employee plus child is 1612.
hang on, because that may be, I may have transferred over the wrong.
Right. Right. So what I'm saying is this is what the employees pay. I mean, this is what the employer pays. So I'm reading off the employer's number.
May I? May I explain?
Is this the employer's number?
That's 80% of the new Plan A, and that's 80% of the new Plan B.
Right.
My proposal, if you're just gonna take the back end of mine, you would use Plan B3 and use our contributions from A last year towards it, and it should still work.
Contribution
And
from
so it'd be
last
not to exceed what the plan costs, so 836 for employee only, 1502 towards the employee spouse, 1612 to employee plus children in 2051.
Where are you getting those? Oh, you're looking
Well,
at
I got
totally
those
different
numbers
sheets.
from our
Micah,
2025
You and I are
sheet.
looking at two totally different sheets. Yes.
She's saying these numbers right now. But that's Plan A, wouldn't you wanna do Plan B? Yeah, Plan B, this would be Plan B.
No,
902,
the one I
1502,
proposed did a
1612.
defined contribution towards any plan from Plan A, because it was a higher contribution.
It's 802 for Plan B, 820 for Plan B, 1530, and that was employer. So we.
See, it's the same numbers, because if you look, and I'm looking, on your sheet here, when you get down here, you got, alt B3, you got 902.35, and then you drop down here on employer contribution.
Do you
and
say
then-
nobody's gonna choose
And then
it,
you're
Susan?
given,
Yeah, very many people will choose that plan.
and then you're
It would still
given
be nice to
the
have it as an
employee
option.
$66.34 towards that plan.
Well, you would have done that but you used up the 40,000 on those other two. So really it just needs to be whatever we contributed to Plan
I didn't use
A.
up 40,000. Where did I use up
Well,
40,000?
there was a difference of 40,000, in the employer contributions between the two plans. The numbers Susan brought to me.
2026.
Mr. Beergar, the number Susan brought back.
I'm just,
That's worst case scenario if everybody were to take plan. A, that's where you
98.
would-
Yeah, and that's what I'm using. so the numbers you
104.
brought back.
.04, just on the house side, the difference between the original 2026 Plan A and my plan is
Sam,
$34,000.
can I show you this? Because you're studying those numbers really hard.
I'm gonna take a recess, 3 minutes.
Can you recess while there's a motion on the table?
I guess. You guys are having a sidebar
Mr.
discussion while
Beergar.
there's a motion on the table.
I'm good.
Okay. So this is where I got those numbers. Plan A,
You're definitely not.
our employer contribution from Plan A.
Definitely.
And so,
Thanks.
I'm just so you're not hanging around. He's really in the Bourbon County, all right.
what would you like, were you waiting for a discussion?
I thought I was waiting for the noise ordinance on the agenda, but he said that you guys are gonna pull it, so, for sure, so.
Huh, okay.
Well, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay.
Because you don't sound too bad. I'll hang out.
Okay, so I took that because I said in the proposal not to exceed, right? Not to exceed the plan cost. So that's 902, but 836 is the cost, so that's what it would be, a defined contribution. This one was 1502 for the employee plus spouse. They're in a different order here, that's why it looks confusing. So 1502 towards this. And they still pay a lot less than those other plans. And then 1612 towards this, it pays almost the whole thing. That's a lot better than what they had before. And then 2051 towards this one. So it's still, if you want to add that plan, that was the proposal.
Scratch on the ears.
Go across the bottom here for both of you. So definitely, there's definitely an incentive for an employee to take this one.
Mhm.
Yeah, our attorney didn't make it tonight.
But when you look at this, there's not much of an incentive for the employee, there's not much of a difference for the employee spouse.
Employee spouse?
You get here, you're definitely gonna have employee children, there would be an advantage.
Huge advantage, yeah. Yeah.
You get to family,
Her number's different from yours.
yeah.
Well, mine are coming straight off this paper right here, so.
Yeah,
You
this
see
is,
the
this
time
is
right there now?
I do,
20.
I do.
But if you get to the family,
This is
there's
norm.
not
The
much.
kid's already in bed, it's fine.
If I was a family, I would
Mine
choose
aren't.
this one.
It's $600 that they pay towards this one.
So
What do they
you're
pay
saying
towards
use
that one?
which number, that number?
This is what the employees, if I were choosing, I would choose this plan over this
Well,
plan.
they would have that choice then, if you just do these
But what I'm
defined
saying from
contributions.
my proposal, do I use that number or do you use that number?
It's
Well,
whatever
these-
you wanna use, you're gonna have to figure that
It's the
out.
same plan, ain't it?
These are the defined contributions from last year.
This is, we're gonna say, call this plan what?
It's called Plan B3.
B3. So on the single is a negative,
On the single, it would be
zero.
0.
because it doesn't cost them anything.
Right.
You want me to,
And then.
and defined
employee spouse,
contribution on employee spouse would be 1502.
okay.
And then defined contribution on employee children would be 1612. And then defined contribution on family would be 2051.
That's what the employer will pay.
That's right. That's what he has on all his numbers, what the employer pays.
The numbers I need.
Which is what David has for the employer here. He just didn't have,
He didn't have Plan C,
well, that.
right?
Is everything straight down off that column off of her sheet?
Yeah.
So he does.
He
have
just took
those.
those then. Yeah, that's
So
what he
yeah,
has.
so this is the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So yes, if you were to choose this, and this, So let's just say A, B, C.
And A and B are defined contributions of pretty much 20%, and then C is defined contribution
So
of
I'm
what we
using
paid
these
last
numbers,
year.
right?
Yep,
I'm using these numbers
Well,
here.
it's the same as what he has.
Yeah.
Except for the, yeah,
Yep.
except for this is zero.
So the, wait, which one's zero?
So she gave you 1502,
Yeah,
right?
Right.
oh, so since you're writing defined contribution, you'd write 836.
No, because single here is 1502, because we go across.
No, he's got, you gotta jump, you gotta shift it up. I noticed that too. It says employer. Shift all those up.
Okay,
You see what
Yeah,
it is?
yeah.
Okay, so this 902 is what you will pay. You will pay that, well, it's only 836.
That's
So
right,
what
not to
you do,
exceed.
836,
They'll contribute $66 towards the HSA portion of it.
so we want to do a 66, or just do a wash?
Just zero, they just pay zero.
He's saying instead of give them
That's what that was
66.34
designed to do. 6634 was
to
gonna,
HSA.
When you did a defined across the board for all of them, but we've changed it now, so that money is not figured in these numbers here. So that additional money is not figured in there. So it would just be the if you want to offer that plan, it would just be the 836.
she's right.
Okay.
I'm picking that paper up.
So it'd be 836 on that, and it'd be 1502 for
Employee spouse,
employee spouse,
1612 for employee plus child,
right,
and then 2051 for family.
okay.
And that's on plan
That would be on plan.
B3.
B3. So do I need to say it?
I would,
Do you need me to say the whole thing again?
mm,
All right, so the motion is we accept Commissioner Beerbauer's plan to offer CMZTA 268020, H195A 268020, and H184A alternate B3, which includes in Plan A, it will be, the defined contribution will be $844 for single,
836. Oh, I'm sorry.
1813 for employee plus spouse, 1709 for employee plus child, 2678 for family. On Plan B, it will be 768 for single, 1652 for employee with spouse, 1557 for employee with child, 2440 for family. And on Plan C, or what's called here alternate B3, it would be 836 for single, 1502 for employee plus spouse, 1612 for employee with child, and 2051 for family.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you for
Clerk.
their work. Okay, so I motion that we table the rest of the agenda until next week. That's a motion on the table.
You have to have a second in order to discuss. So second with discussion.
Okay. We have somebody that waited a long time just to hear the discussion for the noise resolution. I propose that we do at least that. And then I want to, the janitor job opening, I really need to talk about that a little bit if you guys don't mind.
The noise resolution discussion is gonna be lengthy, like the benefits one was.
Okay.
And the vehicle lease one was. And without council being here tonight, because that was part of what my understanding was before I put that on the agenda. So I would say I want it tabled until next week.
Okay.
Did I answer your questions on payroll? Or do you want more?
I will get back to you.
Okay.
Tomorrow I will work on it.
Okay.
can I give, can we write draft on this and, since they waited, is that okay?
I don't care.
Okay, I'll do that. Susan?
Yeah.
This is the, I don't think it made it to our agenda, but this is the draft that Mr. Beerbauer was bringing for proposal, and that man waited a really long time to see what they were gonna say here. They're both the same, they're both, no, they're not the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you go.
thank you.
So, I'm sorry, so what am I looking at here?
That's just a draft, that's what he was gonna
The
discuss.
resolution?
Mhm. That's what he was gonna discuss. That's what the discussion was gonna be.
I got you. It's the same thing. It's 2 pages.
Right.
Right, okay.
And it's not set in stone because a lot of it has to go through legal for their read on it,
Right.
so.
And then it would have to be voted in by at least 2,
I
so.
understand. So you're planning on discussing this next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Next Monday or this week?
No, there's not another meeting this week. That insurance got
I was trying
settled.
to clarify.
There-
There's been so much discussed tonight.
All right, so
So much of one subject.
while we're still in discussion, is there anything else that needs to absolutely be discussed tonight?
The janitor job opening.
The janitor, what?
Job opening?
I don't know what is there to be discussed. You need to get a hold of Dr. Cohen and have him post it. It's an opening, unless we're gonna do away with it. Is that a discussion?
No.
I mean, it needs to be filled, correct? Because I know there's way too much work for Mr. Neville.
Yes, it needs to be filled, and Mr. Neville wants a candidate that is very capable and,
I think we turn it over to HR.
okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, do you
Liaison?
want him to advertise, spend money advertising? What do you want? Or do you just want him to put it out on the Facebook
Point of
first?
information,
Uh-huh.
you are the liaison.
You just want me to decide?
You are the liaison.
Got it.
There is an HR department.
Mhm.
HR department is your guide to hiring.
Okay.
I would.
Unless he says that it's beyond that scope of
Yes.
your liaison duties, I would
Gotcha.
just do it.
Okay, just do
I
it.
would use the.
Work with
I would
Mr.
use the
Neville.
tools that are at your disposal.
Got it.
Yeah, work with Mr. Neville. So that one's done. I got one, real quick. Madam Clerk,
Oh, my head hurts.
can we move the murder trial money to general fund and pay longevity?
It's in the general fund. What did Mr. Crux say at the last meeting? Was
He said
going
that
to
they're
do that?
looking at having a trial sometime in December.
I thought that was Mr. Hoyt that said
I
that.
think both of them had said that. I have to go back and look at the minutes, but I remember Mr. Crux saying that.
So,
2 trials, thank you.
That's what
So-
Mr. Hoyt said, was 2 trials pending.
with that, I would not encourage it. Now, I can go do some projections for you to see where we're looking like we're gonna end at the end of the year. See if you have the money to do it then. Your public works, you could probably pay out of public works rather than paying it all out of general fund. But every other department, you'll have to pay it out of general.
Well, let's at least get some numbers.
And so you want me to go ahead and figure everybody's longevity, what it would be, because I'll have to do that manually.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, but I just,
Yeah.
you want me to do that?
Yeah.
That needs to be done, okay. So the reason why we've always done it in November is because people want it before Black Friday, but I think they would appreciate it at any point in time, so you could do it in December.
And what I would like to do is once you're figuring it up for each individual, let's do away, and it's just my suggestion, do away with the monthly little, and incorporate this in as part of their salary throughout the year rather than wait till the end of the year.
Of
See what-
longevity?
Yeah. See what that would do on salary.
Okay, I've done
And then we
that.
have to try to figure out where, because we didn't budget for it in 2026 either. So we'll have to see where we can find that money, but I'd like to know what it would cost if we converted it to their salaries.
Wasn't there, wasn't there something in the past before our time where the reason why they did with the longevity pay is because if you gave people the raises, somehow or another it costs more money in overtime because of the raise versus just giving people.
Yeah, it will, it will.
Versus just giving people the bonus, correct? So I understand what you're trying to do, Chair. I would caution against that because.
I just wanna know what the numbers are. I'm not
Okay,
saying that
all right.
we haven't, it takes you two to vote with me on it for it to happen. Or one of you anyway, so.
All right. Yeah, I like to see those numbers, but I'm not necessarily keen on acting upon it at this point. Not unless we have a.
This year bonus, I would like to see is what we can do to do that.
Yes.
Okay. I just think I wouldn't do it before,
Well,
I wouldn't do it in a week.
let's wait till, I mean, just get see where we can, how much it would cost us.
It'll
And then
take
we
you-
can figure out between now and December 31st where we can find that money. Because if we haven't had trial by December 20th, I'd say we'd be all right.
I'll just have to do some projections and make sure we're not gonna.
I think we'd be all right now because I don't think you're gonna see a whole lot of overtime and stuff even on a trial today until,
It's not that, it's the prosecuting.
Yeah.
You have to get all those prosecuting attorneys and all that. That's the
Mhm.
extra funds that go into it and the jurors and.
yeah. We got a empty building almost over here. We could put up a B&B for these people so they don't charge us in hotel costs.
So-
Just a thought. No. So anyway, moving on. Anything else that you want to discuss before I?
No.
You?
I'm good.
All right. So do we have a
We have a
motion and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Thought you just did that.
Second with discussion.
I said, no more deal on the agenda.
Second with discussion.
Go ahead.
You wanna have another meeting this week?
No.
Okay.
What do you want to have it on?
Just all the stuff to play catch up.
Well, there isn't very much on next week's, if you look, so we could just put most of it on next week.
Okay.
But
I'm fine with that. I just want to be available. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you got to vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did we have a second? Oh, you
Yes,
did.
I did, with discussion. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Here's these, pay checks and stuff on the accounts
Do
payable.
you mind giving this to Susan? That's her.
Did you finish signing over here on the accounts payable?
Yes, I gave it to her already.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I have is the payroll from this week, which is here. I'm gonna look it over tomorrow, do my thing, yada, yada.
There's that. And Amber said something about something that was missing. I never